Hello everyone, it's Madam Medusa, and I am here today with, Mad Cat, Darnell, Missy J, and Paper Ghost for the Red Pill event, and the Red Pill movie event in Philadelphia. We're trying to sell as many tickets as we can so that, it can actually be, happen, and we can, meet each other, go watch the Red Pill movie, and eat pancakes afterwards. So yeah, it's gonna be awesome. If you live around there, definitely buy a ticket or buy a ticket for someone else if you can't go, because it's really cool. So yeah, now that I've got that out of the way, take it away, my dudes.
Why do you hate women?
Because they're dirty.
Hey, don't excuse yourself for all other women.
A lot of them are dirty.
Dirty women isn't really a bad thing sometimes,
Dirty
Well, it depends on how you use it.
Connotations, right?
Oh.
Well, I'll start.
Okay,
I am
go
Mad Cat. I am hosting the Red Pill movie in Philadelphia, and I'll throw that up real quick. You have to sell 45 tickets in 5 days, 6 hours, 22 minutes, or else the event doesn't happen. And that's what this video is about, is we want to get people to buy 45 tickets so the event can happen.
Yes. It's going to be really cool.
So the question is, have you made signs? Have you made little posters for your city?
What do you mean?
Yes.
Just like things that you put into the ground and you just litter everywhere.
Yeah. You
Well,
know, you
actually-
tape them up against, like...
Put them
Walk
under
into a
people.
grocery store and just be like,
Yeah.
Like, you put them under the windshield wipers of people's cars. That'll
Yeah.
piss them off.
Well,
Put them on their
actually,
boxes because it's super illegal and edgy.
in the baby
there
carriage.
there is one person who is helping out a lot, who is putting up flyers at the local university.
Noise.
Awesome.
So, you know, I'm sure feminists have been burning those.
Probably.
Yeah.
Or at least tearing them down. Violently. Throwing them in the trash can.
And then angrily having just fits of rage afterwards.
Is there a Reddit for Philadelphia?
I don't know.
I don't Reddit much.
Reddit.
I don't
City.
really use Reddit, so
See, you gotta
What the
take
fuck is
advantage
Reddit?
of those. Exactly, you gotta take advantage of those obscure things that you don't use, because a whole bunch of other losers use them. So
Can I pay someone to Reddit for me?
I think so. I think you can.
Okay.
Why not?
That'd be neat.
well, the way Reddit's
All
going, I mean,
social
I'm
media.
sure the CEO would edit my post if I put it on there.
Nonsense. They have a whole men's rights Reddit page.
Well, did you hear about that? That they got him editing pages?
That's awesome.
Oh god.
That's really awesome.
Sorry, my tongue ring just came off.
How does that
Oh.
happen?
On camera, too.
Have you ever accidentally
We have
swallowed one?
evidence.
I swallowed it like the other week. I was like, I got it.
Don't
Almost
let the
died.
hair fool you. She's actually blonde.
How often do you swallow?
Every day.
Good girl.
And she goes both ways.
Oh
We're
yeah.
off to a great start.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
I'm gonna
you've
feed
been
my
on my
steak
show
here in a
before. You know
second.
how it is.
You get to watch Gorgon feed upon the helpless mousies. Trigger warning.
So, are there any people who want to see this movie in your area that don't have the money for it?
No one has spoken to me yet on it. I will have extra tickets just in case there's anyone that does want to see it but can't afford it. So
there's a way for us to, if we live in a different area that's not that specific area,
What if
we could get.
What if I gave you $12 to record it on your camera and send it to me?
Oh yeah, that would work.
Does that work? Because I'm technically paying for it.
I have a digital camera. If he doesn't,
Or is that still pirating? Like,
oh wait.
Missy J, that is a violation. Yes, I'll do it. And we are not going to do this. You should be ashamed of yourself. Do you want it in 4x3 or 16x10? Bad girl.
You know, I wouldn't ever condone illegal actions, but as big as you can get it is preferably always my option.
Of course, I would like.
Here's her.
You know, because size matters, apparently.
You heard it here first, folks. Missy J likes them big.
I'm sure that wasn't a secret. I'm just kidding. Okay. I'm gonna get my snake out in a sec. That's what he
People
said.
do want to purchase the ticket. It's in the description box down below.
Yes.
It says Red Pill event, and here's the link right here. So
I also have the link right here if you want to. Oh wait, I still have you selected.
So we have good news. Good news,
What's up?
everyone. According to Lord of Cancer, Fidel Castro is finally dead.
Oh, he's been dead already since yesterday.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
He wasn't.
Somebody pull up a slowpoke.
really, I thought Fidel Castro's been dead for years, or is it that he stepped down?
Me
years
too.
ago?
He stepped
Yeah,
down.
he stepped down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm so confused right now. I thought he was way older.
No, what?
Yeah. How old was he?
Like the Castro, the Cuba Castro, like
Yes.
Yeah, the Cuba Castro.
what?
Yeah, he
I remember learning about him. Maybe it's because I was so young when I learned about him that I thought he was like already dead or something.
That's an easy mistake. It's kind of like when my dad like tricked me by telling me that horseshoe crabs were extinct.
What?
Yeah. Well, because
That's-
all we'd ever find were like their empty shells after they were dead on the seashore. I had never seen one in person, so they were
That's
just like,
kinda-
yeah, no, they're dead. They're fossils. See, look, there are
No.
none left.
Oh my god, that's so sad.
And then I saw one in like middle school, and I was like, this is a lie.
My entire life has been a lie.
Oh balls.
So
So,
Fidel Castro died at the age of 90.
90. Not
And
bad.
yet George Carlin died at 70. It's just so unfair.
Dude, what the fuck?
George Carlin's been dead for years. How are you now finding out about this?
I just started listening to him.
I think.
Oh, well, you're in for a treat then.
Yeah. Spoilers. Too many spoilers for modern Medusa.
Hey, modern Medusa.
She's not there.
Hey, did you know Steve Irwin is dead?
Yeah, wait. Oh, yeah. For a second, I thought I was thinking of Steve Urkel, and then I was like, wait. No. Okay, yeah, I understand.
Well, we wish.
Medusa, do you know that Gandhi's also dead? Martin Luther King.
Man.
Did you know Michael Jackson is dead?
Did you know Michael Jackson? They found like kid porn finally.
Yep.
That's awesome. Everyone's just gonna ignore it now because, like, oh well, at least he's dead.
What always amazed me that once he died, everyone's like, "Oh, Michael Jackson, he was such a great singer," but like a year prior, it's like, "Oh, that's a weirdo. I hate that guy." And I was like, nothing like death to bring people closer together.
You know what's funny is that like I saw this thing that was
Wait.
Hi there,
Hold
Karen.
on.
Nice to meet you.
Wait, one thing. Madcap, do you think the survivors of the Neverland Ranch just eventually go there every year and I just have like a reunion of survivors?
I imagine they go there with bats and just start whacking everything. And it's like, that's their therapy.
Whack a ranch.
Whack up ranch.
Oh. and then just to make it even more insulting, one of the relatives of Michael Jackson goes there and starts playing his music every time they do it.
Miss Karen, is your mic on?
Yeah, it's this one. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you say hi to everybody.
It is on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So nice to finally meet you.
Hi, Karen.
Yeah, I don't think we've met before either. I'm Vanessa.
Okay. Yeah, and you.
Okay. Can you hear us okay?
Are we breaking up? Is this happening?
How could you break up with me like this?
Dan the man.
Hey,
Twice
how's it going,
if you
guys?
can
Sorry,
hear
I'm
us.
a party.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Dan, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. Still on this side of the grass. How's folks doing today?
Hey, I think I know you from Twitter.
Oh, probably. I'd be that epic beard guy that faced off against the Big Red Screech. Some people call me Moses for parting the Big Red Screech. Holy crap, what the hell you got going on there?
This is a snake. His name is Gorgon.
Little ball python?
Yes.
Neat critter?
Now, Dan, I heard rumor that before you met with Big Red, your hair had color in it, and then it turned white after meeting her. Is that true?
No, I started turning gray when I was fairly young. I had early life was not the most pleasant, let's put it that way.
So you were in like the famous video. You were the one who was talking with her.
Yeah, I was.
That's awesome.
Pardon?
I said that's awesome.
Yeah, no.
Well,
all right, let's a little bit of the gravity of the situation. At least in Canada alone here. That university age group there, they're a high risk population for suicide. They run closer to 80% of all suicides instead of, I shouldn't say instead of, but the average for all populations is a little closer to 75% of all suicides. They're a little bit above 75%, somewhere around 76, 77. But for the 20-year-old to 24-year-old age group, they're about 80% of all suicides. So there's a really nasty situation going on at the university level there. The other factor at play was that in 1982, I buried my brother to suicide. And before 2013, I buried about five or six other guys. And then in 2013, as many of you know, we all lost Earl Silverman to suicide shortly after that Big Red event. So while Big Red was sitting there screeching about male suicide, 6 of those suicides were in my history.
Wow.
Wow. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a nasty bit of business. I should say I don't bear any ill will to Big Red. I think that she was a pawn pushed into a role because she actually does have a nice voice if she sings instead of screeches, and she can engage in theatrics.
I actually have a
So
story
I think
about
that's
Big
why
Red.
she was pushed into that role and chosen for that role. Matter of fact, if she wants to come on out to the Friday showing there in Toronto, she's more than welcome. You know, just let's try and be civil about things. You know, because it is our sons and fathers that our mothers and daughters are left burying to suicide.
I actually have a story about Big Red. Wait, hold on. So I have an OkCupid account, and I was just scrolling around, and then I saw her account. So I thought, oh, okay, this is gonna be fun. And there's just a likeness there was.
I'm going to guess 97%.
Close.
Ooh.
Yeah, I found that whenever I'm on OkCupid, I seem to attract like the militant feminists.
Mm.
And I'm like, what's wrong with me that I have the same percentage as all of these feminists?
It's a special skill of yours.
The same type of woman too.
Can't say that I've ever used OkCupid. I figured, you know, if I'm at a bar and I was interested in somebody, I'd just walk right up to them and let them know.
Why do you hate women?
Oh, you know, yeah, I know. You know, showing them the respect of an adult is, you know, just, I don't know how to practice my misogyny any other way. Showing women respect is the only way I know how to practice misogyny.
Fucking disgusting. You disgust me.
Hold on.
Big.
Let me go get my flogger so I can do some self-flagellation.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sorry, I'm white. Sorry,
Hey, don't tempt me. I actually do have a flogger.
I'm white.
If I see a beautiful woman in a bar, I go up to her and I say, "Do you want to accuse me of rape?"
No.
Okay. Cool.
And
We're
yeah,
all
this is why we can't have nice things.
all right.
So yeah, that's about it for Big Red. It was a pawn. She should be treated as a pawn. Pawns are pushed out of the way, and you take the queens and you take the kings down, right? So never mind. We really shouldn't be paying attention to Big Red other than to point at her and laugh and move on. That's it. That's my take.
Yeah, that's basically what I do with most feminists.
She's
You know,
a
I
great
really
character.
loved her interview on what was it, ABC News or whatever, when they blocked out her face, and I'm like, you know what? She's more tolerable this way.
That's awesome.
That was
They blocked out her face, but they didn't block out her cleavage.
okay. So that was City TV, and that was Avery Hines. Now it's funny because 3 years earlier, Avery Hines was the City TV reporter who was pointing out what a cretin Big Red was at the protest. Now, something else that's really kind of interesting about how Avery Hines and City TV tried to create a threat narrative was that the one threat that they had people trying to read out for their little camera fucking threat narrative spiel, well, that threat came from the Islamic Brotherhood.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's not MRA, but, you know, David Futrell tried to paint that threat narrative and included that in so folks like City TV who do sloppy reporting and show very little integrity when it comes to telling the facts instead of spinning narrative. David Futrell put that little bit in there so those folks wouldn't really bother, you know, being actual or factual about things.
Wow. Okay. I'm almost ready to feed the snake.
How many freaking snakes you got there?
It's just one. I put him in his feeding cage.
Cool. We used to bash the rats over the head before we threw them in because getting those ball pythons to the vets is fairly expensive thing.
Yeah.
And it's a specialized thing. A friend of mine had to send his off to the nearest. Actually, it's one of the more respected vet universities there in the world. Guelph University. His ball python, we threw in a live rat. The ball python got bit on the back, and it had to be sent off to be stitched up.
Yeah, mine has never actually been bitten, but at one point, only put 2 in at the same time, and one of them, he attacked them both at the same time, but he only bit one of them. So the other one was like trying to bite him, but didn't quite any blood or anything. So I was thankful for that.
Should we put up a trigger warning first?
I said trigger warning at the beginning of the video, but yeah, if you don't like small animals getting eaten, don't watch. Close.
All right, who's got their David Attenborough voice ready?
The what?
Their David Attenborough voice.
I'm not sure who that is.
Now, as the ball python carefully stalks its prey.
I think you need more of like
It's over here, buddy.
an Australian accent for that.
Yeah. Crikey!
Well, let's have Karen do
Talk
it.
about Steve Irwin.
Steve Irwin's dead.
How we do Canadian accent, eh? That's what it's all about.
Check out this ball python.
Aren't you already Canadian?
That's why I do the accent so well, eh?
Oh, it's all the way over here. Why are you looking at me?
Worst delivery service
Just
ever.
chilling over here in the
Can't
snake.
put it in front of its face.
Watch as the white mouse approaches its prey.
Look, he's right here, you blind ass. Oh?
Dun, dun,
You not have nostrils?
dun. Go, chug, chug, chug.
Oh my god. Oh,
Oh god.
he's got him pinned down.
This is a perfect personification of feminism. They're a scared little mouse, and we're just the python willing to swallow them whole.
Oh, that's deep.
Except they taste bad, so.
And they're poisonous as well, so we gotta deal with that.
Wait, hold on. I have an idea. Hold on. Micah, check your DMs.
Check your DMs. I sent you nudes.
Close enough.
You
Really.
just slid into those DMs, huh?
Yeah.
No one sends me nudes.
I'll send you one later.
Oh yeah.
Only
Well, I
big
sent
ones.
you a picture of my cantaloupe, but you didn't like it.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you didn't cut it properly.
Oh.
Degenerate.
Yeah, you gotta cut the cantaloupe properly if you're gonna send nudes of it.
So when you say check my DMs, do you mean on Twitter, Facebook?
Twitter.
Well, nothing yet. Tease.
Oh no.
There we go.
He's going butt first.
So this kind of reminds me. I've always been fascinated by reptiles and
Me too.
stuff like that. Where I live, deer come up on my front lawn, sort of deal. I live by a marshy area, all kinds of wildlife, and I always was fascinated by snakes. So when I was about 8 or 10 years old, I came home one day and I came across a snake, and I put him in my lunchbox.
Oh.
And it left it on, left it sitting on the counter by, the dish basin there. And as it was back in the day when I was that young, my mother would wash the lunchbox out because I was only about 7 or 8 years old. So there I was outside playing along. All of a sudden, this screech goes out across the neighborhood.
Oh gosh.
Apparently,
But
my mom opened the lunchbox, and out came this little garter snake, and off it went.
That's too funny.
Another time, I was farting around with a garter snake. We got lots of garter snakes, milk snakes, corn snakes around here, but the only dangerous snake we got is Mississauga rattlers, and they're not really too common. So I was, I don't know, farting around, and a little garter snake, well, not so little, but it latched on to my index finger. So I went running through the neighborhood, waving my hand up and down in the air, and this doing this whip-like motion, hanging on for dear life. Now their teeth are just like they're a constrictor, just like the kind of like a constrictor. They're non-venomous, so they have backwards-facing teeth. So it wasn't letting go for dear life on the end of my finger. I'm running around. Ah! Interesting times here in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But Mad Cat, did you see?
Yes, I did see, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And once we're done watching this snake finish its meal, I'll show it on for everyone else to see.
Okay.
You'll expose his nudes, man.
Oh yes, I'm excited.
It's actually something worse. It's something worse than me
Oh.
exposing my nudes.
Damn.
Oh God, you didn't get a feminist nude, did you?
Oh.
Mad Cat, would you rate
Unsolicited
it
dick
as
pics.
worse?
Right on. Woo!
Well, there
Yeah,
is a bare snowflake.
Onward,
Let's just say
Richard
that.
the dick pic.
Yeah, white knight dick pics. No, no thanks.
Oh, I could pull up Steve Shive's bush.
Oh my. Mad Cat, you have to watch the new season of South Park because they have there's a couple episodes where Butters starts leading like this group of little boys who just like pull their
Men's
pants
rights
down.
movement, and he presents his dick all the time.
Yeah, he just puts his fist up and lifts his shirt up and walks around with his dick out.
And he presses his junk against every piece of glass he can find.
Yep.
That seems like a
Butters,
good way to protest.
Is
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
is that a dick out for Harambe joke?
No. Well,
Dick
they
out
do
for
a wiener
Butters.
sound joke, but it's more like So it goes like this. There's the troll school message boards making fun of all the women there, and so the girls think it's one of the boys, and it essentially becomes down to the point that all the girls start uniting and pretty much like break off with all the boyfriends, and all the guys end up getting angry because essentially all the girls are blaming them for the actions of one guy. And after a while, they're like, okay, let's make peace. But then essentially it becomes Butters says, well, fuck no. We're going to pretty much do a men's rights movement, and we're going to stand up for ourselves. And the way they start protesting is essentially by pulling down their pants, showing their dicks off, and then doing the like black power fist.
Yep.
And it's essentially them saying, like, we're not ashamed to be who we are. We don't have to be ashamed to be men.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
It kind of sounds like sounds similar. The feminists, they have slut walk.
Yeah.
Where's the dick
Yeah.
walk? Huh? Yeah.
Right?
Where's
No,
that?
no. There's literally a scene there's literally a scene where they're walking the hallway, and it's like I forgot what's the name, but then it was hashtags wieners out.
Yes.
And they're doing that same thing, and then Butter says, "I'm proud of my little wiener."
You know
He
what?
just got a group of little boys behind him, all with their dicks out.
Feminists got their slut walk. Guys should get together and let the old beanbag out. Call it the nut walk.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to call it the balls walk.
Oh my
And
god.
on the
But
nut
that
walk is
rhymes
better.
with
Talking
slut
about
walk.
protesting,
That's great.
look up the Doukhobors. That was their gig back in the day. When they wanted to protest, they shed their clothes and they went on down to City Hall and let it all hang out and said, "Hey, you're wrong. Look at us. We're here and naked."
And
Look,
then,
he's
oh
all
my
there.
god.
He ate the
But the funnier joke they do it is because essentially this is like a backlash to like the whole sitting down during the national anthem thing, because when the girls are talking to the girls are talking to PC principal, they're like, well, I can't say it because essentially I let you guys sit down during the national anthem during a peaceful protest. Now, what am I going to do? Tell them they can't do it just because they're trying to express who they are? That's body shaming.
Yes.
You know what? Something just occurred to me. I think Toronto's like the 9th level of hell. Let's look at what it's produced, okay?
Got that right, buddy.
Let's just look at what it's produced. Slut Walk, okay? That starts off in Toronto. Anita Sarkeesian, she starts off at York University in Toronto. Big Red, Smuggly Pup. You know what? I'm starting to see a pattern here.
The mouse
don't
is
forget
on
the protest out of Warren Farrell's
on
talk.
the snake.
That was in Toronto.
He's just chilling on top of him.
He's just playing with his food. That's,
Don't hurt yourself, Snake.
he's chilling with his food.
What are you doing?
No, at that point now they're just friends. That's the one mouse that he pretty much
You
used to
definitely
keep as a
don't
friend.
want your
Oh, like
snake
from
and
that
your
movie,
mouse to be friends.
No.
That mouse will
Don't
eat
bite
that snake.
yourself, Snake.
Mice are friends, not food.
Not all snakes.
It's a
Not all
snake
mice,
eat
not all
mouse
snakes.
world, and if it's not, it's a mouse eat snake world, and you don't want that to happen.
They're just fighting the. Look it. Will you people give these two fucking incredible zeros, these social justice zeros, and I know it sounds funny. It's spelled XERO, okay? These two social justice zeros of the animal kingdom a break. They are breaking down the patriarchy. They no longer need mites no longer need to be oppressed by snakes. Please give me social justice zeros.
You see, nobody expects it from the mouse because it's so innocent looking and delicate and small. You're like, there's no way that this mouse could possibly kill this rat until it takes its long ass fangs and sinks it into like its abdominal area.
Well, I'm sure the mouse is
Open
saying,
its fucking
"Shut your
stomach."
jaw, fuckface."
Right
The
now,
mouse-
Snake's pretty.
But obviously, the mouse was just protecting itself. I mean, we do have the Violence Against Mouse Act.
Oh my
And,
god.
I mean, the mouse was totally asking for it. I mean, look what it's wearing.
Yeah, nothing. Just that,
Dirty little
that
slut.
sleek
Hey.
fur.
What was the mouse drinking?
Why was the mouse in the cage with the snake in the first place?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, alone in a cage with a snake, what did you expect?
Because some sadistic bitch threw it in there.
True.
As the story of most women who don't want to go to the bar that night. Sorry. I do have to go to work.
A recent study about 1 in 5 people believe that she was asking for it or something like that. And they're trying to blame men with it.
Oh, that's weird.
Anyone catch that study yet? It was out in the Irish Times.
Oh no, I haven't
No,
seen
and
that.
I don't want to be angry right before work, judging on I just got Hip Hughes to admit that he accidentally had a slip of memory when he told everyone that Richard Dawson rapes people.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, apparently,
Wait.
like this is the tweet he sends me. It was James Crawford. I don't know how you get from James Crawford to Richard Dawson. Just a slip of memory, and certainly not intentional. I'll bleep it.
Oh,
Bitch, you should apologize.
Wait
make
a
a
second.
public
Wait
apology.
Dawkins takes a pretty heavy hit for his stands, and I don't agree with every one of his stands, but by the same token, I'm not going to sit there and make a false allegation against him.
Apparently, it was just a mistake, though. I mean, it's an easy mistake. James Crawford, Richard Dawson, they sound exactly the same.
I do it all the time.
I gotta go to work.
It's so common, it's like confusing James and John.
Oh yeah.
Well, Missy J, before you go, take a look at this picture and have a good laugh.
It wasn't the fact we were killing children that's What? What? Okay. Okay, nope. Bye, guys.
No. Look at
Sure.
the other one. Look at the other one. Matt Cat,
Okay.
show her the other one.
Wait. Hang on.
Here we
That
go.
one. Yep.
What is that?
It's a
What the fuck?
snowflake.
That looks like a snowflake.
Okay, can we just
Snowflake?
take a moment of silence for the snowflakes all over Tumblr that are super pissed off that they don't have the balls to do this right now. We all just want to
Nice scarification,
cool
bro.
ass scar. That's gonna be a great scar. Fuck it. Mad respect,
Right? Like,
bruh.
at that point, like, have you seen like the intricate stuff that like scarification and like tattoo shops are starting to do?
Oh god, that's gnarly, man. It's gnarly.
Cut off your skin in different patterns and then it's
Okay.
really cool.
Nope. Bye, Felicia. Bye.
Have a good shift, Missy. Hey, Mad Cat, I'm kind of wondering there. You're starting to look a little bit like the Evil Dead there, eh? You know, Ash. Remember how his hand kind of those red veiny things kind of pop out before he chops it off and hooks up the chainsaw?
That wasn't my hand.
Oh, okay.
Darnell
I
sent
sent
that
it to
to
him.
me.
Oh god, that
Yeah.
would be awful. I'd be like, "What are you okay?"
It's like the emblem of embarrassment that is permanently on your arm forever. Like,
Nice.
I told you guys that I have fucked up things on my phone. Half of them is porn, but then the other half is just really fucked up things.
Nice.
Oh, that tattoo was supposed to be a snowflake? I thought it was like, you know, an infection kind of thing spreading.
it's the same thing. Don't worry.
being a special snowflake is an infection.
It's an infection of the mind.
Yes. All right, Snake is all done eating now. He is happy. Happy Snake.
Aw.
Oh, well, patriarchy won once again.
Yep.
And speaking of patriarchy,
Stayed in there,
you
rolls
need to
the
buy
binder in
tickets
there,
for the
rolls.
Reptile movie. Good segue.
So, yeah, who's seen it? Who's seen the movie? Have we got anybody here that's seen the movie?
No.
I have.
What movie?
Well, lay it on us, Karen. How was it?
I've seen it twice already. And I'm going to see it the third time.
So, in other words, what you're saying is that you're privileged.
I would say so, yeah.
You're all wrong there.
Absolutely.
Come on. How can she be privileged? Okay. Wait a minute. I didn't ask if she identifies as a man. Maybe she's a man. We could have. Are you a smuggler?
I'm German, that's why I'm definitely privileged.
Okay,
Are you
well,
cow or hair?
What?
so
Okay, so I saw the movie in Berlin and in London last week
Oh dang.
for International Men's
Nice.
Day, and I was there when Erin Pizzey did the Q&A, and yeah, and first I saw it in Berlin, which was also really interesting. It was a bit different because it didn't involve the people who were in the film, so it was, of course, a lot more special seeing it in London. But in Berlin, I obviously saw the film for the first time, and I was really pleasantly surprised at how good it actually is. Because until then, I didn't believe it would be that good. I can really only recommend everyone to go and see it and try to see it on the big screen. Also, it's quite an experience actually to see these things on the big screen, because for the last 3 years I've been watching everything on YouTube. So I wasn't too excited actually about the film for myself. I was excited about it for other people, so that other people could see what the MIM was about. I wasn't too excited for myself because I thought I know all the material. I knew it would have Warren Farrell in it and Paul Elam and Erin Pizzey, and I've seen hours and hours of videos of them. But it's quite a different experience seeing it on the big screen in a public place with people who haven't been in this for so long.
Sorry. At the showing in Germany, would you say the crowd was mostly like non-feminist and aware of the issues, or was the crowd a little more, I'm going to say, ignorant of the issues and what the MRM is?
That's a bit of a difficult question because we didn't have a Q&A afterwards, so I can say more about that, about the London event. In Berlin, it was definitely a mixed crowd when it comes to genders, so there were men and women, a bit more men maybe, and I think most knew about the issues already, but some people had brought their friends or their work colleagues who were quite new to these issues, and unfortunately I didn't get to hear what they thought about them because there was no Q&A. There was someone going around interviewing people for a YouTube channel also. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time to listen to that yet. I wanted to do it actually in preparation for the hangout, so that would have been interesting. But basically, afterwards, we were also hanging out and having some drinks, but I was mostly socializing with the people that I already knew.
Now, was it subtitled or did they actually redub it?
It was subtitled.
Well,
it was actually the guy who organized the screening. He's a social science PhD, and he Kickstarter campaign, and because he got more money than what he needed for the screening, he asked the people who had donated if he could 5 days to write the subtitles, which he did. And I was quite impressed, I have to say, because I also work in translation, and for the last few years of reading all the stuff in English, and especially Warren Farrell or also Paul's videos, I'm always trying to tell my German friends about them. And sometimes I find it really difficult to find translations, for instance, for male disposability, for which he found a really good translation. And
well, hats off to that individual, and maybe we could put out the verbal call for, you know, folks in Spanish and Italian and whatnot. Maybe they would, you know, be good enough, or maybe they would, you know, maybe they could find a way to donate their time and get translations done in different languages, because again, I'm going to hammer this point at home, okay? It is our mothers and daughters that are left burying our sons and fathers to the most tragic of men's issues, suicide.
Yes, and I think the translation issue is an important one, because what attracted me to the MRM also is that it's such a global international movement, because we're seeing all the issues, the same issues in different countries. But what I found in the German MRM sort of is there's not much knowledge actually about the international connection and how there are the same issues, because a lot of Germans, well, people learn English at school, but it's not, you know, they can communicate, but they can't understand everything so well. So I noticed really that there is not so much knowledge out here about the international stuff, and that I found really, I found it to be a problem. Actually, we had a German MRA conference about this time last year in Nuremberg, in the south of Germany, the first one, and I was quite surprised that there weren't many people who knew about Voice for Men and Warren Farrell's book and everything. And I've been asked for the next conference. There isn't a date set yet, but it will be sometime next summer that maybe I can do a presentation on the international men's rights movement.
And this would be for an event in Germany?
Yeah,
or would this
mostly, Well, there would be an event in Germany with a German audience.
Let me introduce Cognitive Thought really quick. He came in. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Yo, Cog, what's up?
Paper Ghost. Yeah, not too bad. We're having a conversation about the alt-right on Twitter at the moment. That's like a lot of people are jumping in, but it's basically me, Andy, and Edgy having a conversation about what the alt-right is. I'm guessing you've seen Andy's latest video on that sort of conference that was happening that had a lot of like I'd say racist rhetoric that was in there. Apparently, it was all just a dank meme, guys. It's all just a dank meme because apparently all of his other interviews aren't racist like that, and therefore this is a dank meme to get the media attention so that we then actually look into it further to find out that they're not racist. So here's my main issue with it. There is racist rhetoric going on. Now, I know you can't control your followers, but then when there are people in the audience doing the Bellamy salute, which has been dubbed the Hitler salute, the Roman salute, whatever, it's the Bellamy salute, and it means I agree with you. So unless they're in on the dank meme, yeah, he has some racist followers, unfortunately. But, you know, you can't control your followers. So, but it comes down to that whole point of... Go on.
Wait, hold on. So are you saying that when I dressed up as a Nazi for Halloween, I was those... I did that. I followed that she thinks.
No, it's one of those things.
No, it was a joke. It was a joke.
Because it becomes what out of many of the talks that he's had, it becomes this one talk where he's been racist, but apparently it's a meme from the alt, and it almost feels now like, can you just claim it's a meme and that's your I'm not racist, get out of being racist card, you know? Sort of like I don't know. It's just getting to that point where I think I only brought this up on Twitter because I'd seen Andy's video and I thought, yeah, I understand where he's coming from. And considering Edgy's a good friend of mine and he's also an alt-right, I thought, well, I kind of want to see your opinion on this because I had a feeling myself that he was going to say it was a meme. I already decided he's probably going to just say it was all a meme. It was all just a meme from the alt-right and stuff. And he did. And then I was kind of like, but it doesn't help your movement. It doesn't help by doing like the only thing that comes to the media attention is you guys looking racist, and then unless you're in on the inside joke, which is to be an alt-right person, that means that you're in on the meme, you're in on the joke. You don't help your movement. It's like saying, oh, you don't understand the patriarchy unless you're in on the feminism. Like it's dumb. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I said this to him. I said you could call patriarchy a feminist meme. They could literally all turn around and go, it's just been a dank meme for years. And are you going to sit there and go, oh, but you all stood by it? Yeah, and you believed us, you idiots. It's a dank meme. You can't just I just feel like you can't use it all times. In this case scenario, I'd have to look into his other interviews and stuff and look deeper into it. Like I say, I've only seen Andy's video on it. And Andy was just like, wow, there's a lot. And the stuff that he was saying, I was like, that's pretty racist. And there are people in the audience agreeing with you on this. And you should at least get to a point where you go, look, it was all a meme or something. And you know it was but then, and the media would still cover it and cut that part out. So the media does, they want to push a bad rhetoric. And then you'd watch the entire interview and you'd go, the media was bullshitting him again. It doesn't help when the entire conference is you being racist.
Okay, you talk really fast, so I do need to ask a question. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm confused with who.
Let me find what this is. It's a conference that was given. It was. It's like he's. I don't know. I wouldn't call him the leader of the alt-right, but he's big in the alt-right community. Give me a second.
Wait, but can I also say one thing?
Sure.
Fuck, I just forgot what I was gonna say, but.
Well, you shouldn't ask to speak. You just got to blurt it right out there. We're all inconsiderate assholes, especially Dan.
Dan,
I love you, Dan. Don't hurt me.
Damn it, Andy. Why didn't you put a link to the in your description to the original video? That's not help me.
Are you referring to the white nationalist movement?
Wait,
it's not. It's not exactly a white nationalist movement. They're known as the alt-right. This is the thing, and they see themselves as the alt-right. And apparently, I'm looking through my notifications now because I've got so many. And I know Edgy mentioned his name because he was like, he was saying to me, he was like, he's had hundreds of conferences. He was like, and this is the only one where the media's picked up on it. So I can understand maybe, it might have been this whole, we're going to just be completely racist because the media will notice it then and throw it online. But how does that help your movement? And it's like, because it's like Trump. The media calls him racist, so apparently you're supposed to look at it and go, oh, they're not being racist, and then look into it. The difference is they were saying it when he wasn't being racist, whereas when you call out someone when they are being racist, meme or not, and it looks racist in a conference and people are going, yeah, I agree with that shit, yeah, that racist slurs and stuff you just said, that's racism. You're allowed to point that out as being racist. There's a big difference, but it's when it goes, it's all invisible theater. It was all just an act. Me beating my wife in public, it's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank, bro. That's basically the level it's got to, and that's why it's like it's such a weird tactic to have used.
So you're not talking about Richard Spencer, right? You're not talking about Richard Spencer.
I'm gonna look him up now. Give me a second. I'm trying to find his name.
Yeah, that is who he's talking. That is who he's talking about, Richard Spencer.
Because I know the video of what you're talking about because you were talking about
Spencer. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that I'm clear on, but then you were talking about Andy and Edgy, and I wasn't sure who you were agreeing with or disagreeing with.
Andy Warski's done a video which I agree with, where he's watched that conference that they've had, and the stuff that was said was racist. Okay, and it was pretty like, I was at the start, he was like, oh, they're doing Hitler salutes, and I was like, even I commented saying, no, Andy, that's the Bellamy salute. It just means that they agree with him, and so far all he said is hail Trump, so it's not really an issue. Like, there's nothing wrong with saying, like, you know, hail the person who's in. Like, it's just, it depends how you. It's more about how you take that on board, really. But I didn't see anything racist about that. It's when he gets to the point where, like, he's like, oh, we should take back this country, as basically in that white nationalist manner of, like, this country belongs to white people. And that's the thing that confuses me. Because I live in a multicultural society, and even though, yeah, I voted for Brexit, and I did want Trump to win because I like the idea of controlling immigration when you have a fucking issue with it. But at the same time, I don't understand this whole, oh, America's only for white people. No, it's not. There are so many people live here.
Yeah, I can guarantee that most people in America don't think it's only for white people.
Yeah,
but this is the issue that I have, because I've had, like, you know, private conversations and stuff with Edgy and with other people where it goes like, you've obviously like, I saw Jeff Holiday completely destroy the you know, the study on IQ and stuff like that, and black people have on average lesser IQs and race realism, but to a degree, and it comes from like the 1900s, the study and stuff. It's like, come on, man. Like, seriously, I would have a go a feminist book, because when he mentioned it to me, he didn't send me the study, he just said it's in the 1900s, and I was like, come on, I'd have got a feminist for, like, if you bring up something from the 1920s and go, look, women are oppressed because of this back then, you're an idiot. It's stupid to do that.
Just hold on a second here. You're saying that the study, you know, this study sort of deal is from the 1900s. I'm looking at your avatar there, and you know what's screaming out in my head? Phrenology time! It's phrenology time!
I did want to say that
how intelligent you are.
I did want to say that the little gears moving in your thing is like magic. Like,
oh, dude, anyone can do this. Anyone can actually do this. I basically,
you just upload
it's a
GIF?
GIF. Well, no, it's not you upload a GIF. It's more, you can create a GIF online. You can actually do it on your computer as well. So I basically took what my image is, my profile photo with the gears, and then I've basically exported that from Premiere as basically a GIF, but then it does every single image individually. Then you can upload it onto a website that creates the GIF for you using those images, and then you can decide on how fast you want the actual GIF to go, and then you can copy and paste that once it's done into your Google, because Google can do that now, and you do it through your Google profile. And yeah, you get a little GIF. I had to do it because I saw someone had a GIF, and I was like, you can put GIFs on this thing? Like,
that's awesome.
It is pretty cool. But the topic the things you were talking about, and you know how the IQ tests and 1900s, and I'm looking at your GIF there, and I'm going, holy crap, the whole fucking thing screams phrenology.
Now, for me, the IQ thing is dumb. It's like, IQ based on what? Knowledge of when? Like, it's so subjective an IQ test as it is, but it's like the whole thing of this average, and then it comes down to, oh, well, of course you're going to have instances where black people are smarter than white people, and it's like, well, considering you still have this random nature. Now, I'm not saying that the places in the world that are probably the biggest shitholes aren't white run, but like it or not, white people do make up 5% of the world. That's just a given fact, pretty much. We make up 5% of the population of the world, white people. And yes, over time, our race will probably die out. That's just the way that life is. The white nationalist movement, and I think a lot of alt-writers are kind of fighting for this. Oh, but the rhetoric in the media is anti-white, and it's only going to make it faster and quicker. And I don't like anti-white rhetoric where it's like, black people can't be racist and only white people can, and, you're privileged because you're white. I don't like all that shit that's in the media, and I'll call it out because it's bullshit. What I don't understand is when it becomes this whole thing of, like, we don't agree with it when you say Black Lives Matter, but now we're going to say White Lives Matter? Like that's basically what it is. It's, we only make up 5% of the world's population. White lives matter. We don't want to die out. And it's like, I'm sure I'm going to have white kids, right? My kids are going to be white because I have a white girlfriend. So if we decide to have kids together, my kids will more than likely be white, okay? If it comes out black, I'll have questions. But the fact is, more than likely going to come out white. So if my child then goes on to have children with a black kid who she meets at school, I'm not going to sit there and go, you can't do that. You're killing the white race. It's like, no, it's her choice.
I think part of the problem that we're experiencing right now is something that I've been warning about for a little bit. especially with feminists saying that all men are rapists. And it's like, if you keep accusing men of being rapists, they're going to start being rapists. But what we're seeing with like the Black Lives Matter movement and this anti-white rhetoric is that white people are going to start taking a lot more personal and start pushing back like, no, we need to protect white people first.
But
if you keep saying white people are bad, they're going to take it to the offensive. It's like, well, no, white people are good, you're bad.
Come on, do you not find that as a...
White mice lives matter. I'm looking at you there, Medusa.
But guys, like you see how this basically like horseshoes out though. So you've got MGTOW to every radical feminist, like sort of thing. You've got white nationalists / alt-righters to an extent, depending on what they're calling themselves, because you'll have them in there, trust me. And then you have that in comparison to, let's say, Black Lives Matter and crazy people who go, oh, I'm going to be a martyr for the Black Lives Matter cause. You're going to be a black person that takes your life for the Black Lives Matter. That's just irony in a nutshell in my eyes. Like, that makes no sense. My life is not worth the movement. What the fuck? Like, so yeah, it's.
Then you got us sitting here up here in America's hat, looking down, going, "What the fuck are you people doing? Jesus fucking Christ!"
Like, I think you can get rational people out of the bullshit going on in the media, because the amount of stuff that goes on in the media that says this is racist, there are so many people there to go, oh no, but it's not racist because of this. So when it comes down to that sort of video, I would actually like to see Edgy do a video on it where basically he goes, yeah, this is fucked up. This is like, I don't agree with what he's saying, but you have to understand that this is just a joke. And if he did a video explaining that, then it would have been good to see that from an alt-right perspective, because I feel like I'm the sort of person that says, if you're a feminist and you see a person who is also a feminist, but they're going, oh, the pink tax and stuff like that, you should be calling that out, going, now I'm a feminist from the point of view that I know that women need rights in the Middle East or something, and I think it's stupid for these people do it in the West. And yeah, call that shit out. They're literally putting the same label as you have. It's the reason why I don't give myself a label, because you get the worst parts and best parts of both sides. I see myself as a non-affiliate because I agree with like certain parts of authority. Like, yeah, if someone robs something from my house or something, I should be able to call the police. Whereas I also smoke weed and it's illegal. So I'm not really full authoritarian. I'm not fully right. I'm not full left, because it's just dumb. So I become a non-affiliate because I can't place myself anywhere. I can't go, I totally agree with that, because I don't. It doesn't work like that.
Along that same line is Dave Rubin. Apparently, well, he's left-leaning, and he calls out the left quite a bit. And the reason is because he leans left. He's like, look it, I'm on your side, and I don't want you fucking, making a bad name for me, sort of deal. And so he calls them out, and he explains it that way. And I agree with you. There needs to be more feminists out there calling out the idiots.
Yeah.
Right? I agree with you.
And in the same way,
well,
when you
I always think
something that's alt-right that's being called out as racist, if you don't agree it's racist because you are an alt-righter, at least show your point on why people have been wrong about this because it's a dank meme, instead of just sitting in the background. Or come out and say, yeah, that bit there, that was really racist. I agree with parts of this alt-right meeting, but I don't agree with parts of it. There's nothing wrong with having a video like that. You don't have to just go, I agree with everything in this video, so great, or I disagree with this video completely. Like, you can have the mid-ground. You can see there are so many videos that do that conflate two opinions of one thing that you like. I'm literally doing a video right now on sexual harassment, where a woman conflates both a person demanding sexual favors and feeling entitled to them as it literally conflates that to someone undressing you with their eyes. So they're not the same, but she literally says them both one after the other as if, oh, these are both forms of sexual harassment. How do you objectively prove someone isn't constantly imagining you naked? Like, I could be sat here now going, yep, all of you are naked right now to me, and I'm imagining it's just gone. Yeah, modern Medusa,
I am
completely.
on the toilet right now.
No skepticism about it. Modern Medusa, always imagining you naked. So there you go.
Here's the kicker, and I have to interrupt you, or else I'm going to forget my point. And again,
sorry, Mike.
So I apologize. And I'm starting to forget. Hold on.
I'm making some weed, a blunt, so I calm down. Like,
well, the thing is about feminists calling each other out is I often think about the movie Planet of the Apes, like the 5th one that came out, like no ape shall kill an ape or whatever. And I always think of feminism like that they have this secret meeting. It's like, never call out another feminist. And if you do, just be like, well, they aren't real feminists. How can you not tell the difference between a feminist and a non-feminist? And it's like, because you all say you are feminists, you know?
You aren't wrong, though. I mean, if anyone watched the live stream between Bearing and the Ranting Feminist, you'll know full well that she's like, oh, we have our private conversations about what's right or wrong. We'll support you on your video, on your channel, and say that, oh, yeah, it was great that, even though you just said something like, what is it, women make 6 cents a day. It's something stupid. Or women get assaulted or something. Or 6 women get assaulted every minute. That's it. A woman gets sexually assaulted every minute. So Bearing did the numbers and he was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then she was like, oh yeah, we didn't completely agree with her. And he's like, but in the comments you're saying you agree with her. He's like, oh no, but we don't completely agree. But in our own safe spaces and little, rooms and DMs and stuff, we'll mention that they were wrong about that. It's like, fuck off. Like,
so in other words,
yeah, she's right.
Hold on. In other words, what they're doing is pulling a Hillary Rodham Clinton with a public position and a private position. The same thing that cost Hillary the fucking election, having that public-private position being two different things.
This is the thing. So the alt-right apparently are going with this idea that this conference that they've had where all the racism seems to be going on, and it seems to have a lot of racist rhetoric there. Apparently it's all a dank meme, just to basically get the media's attention so that you look into it further. And I can understand how you can defend it like that from a point of view. I mean, if we don't know the alt-right for anything, it's getting noticed by the media for like racist memes from a point of view. But at the same time, I don't get why you do that. You basically tarnish it, and you also give everyone the evidence they need to go the alt-right's racist on video. And then you've only got the alt-right sat there going, it's an inside joke though, bro. It's just a prank. It's like, no.
So it's like those aliens from Mars Attack that are running around with that translator saying, don't run, we are your friends, while killing everyone.
So something I'm still a little confused about, Cog, is you talked about edgy before, and I was wondering what was that all about?
Oh, that was because that was just because I'm literally basically when I got the message off Medusa saying that this is happening tomorrow, it was at 4:00 my time. I thought this is happening tomorrow. So I've just been on Twitter, obviously having a conversation because I saw Andy's video and because Edgy's my alt-right friend. I said, well, I want to see his opinion on this. And then obviously this is where it became a massive Twitter discussion with loads of people going, oh, it's just a meme, bro. It's like, it's just to get people's attention. It's like, okay. But then I can also understand Andy going, but when I did a response to the video, it's because of the racist things being said in the video. And it's like, no, but the whole thing is just a meme conference to get the media's attention, because if you look at all his other conferences, he isn't being as, it's not a meme, and therefore, and he's not racist in those ones. But it doesn't help. You have added evidence to people. It's just like if I show a feminist video where a feminist might go, oh, she's wrong about that. Yeah, she is. Exactly. So what you're saying is that the racism that's going on there is wrong because it's actually just a joke and it's used. So that's the thing. So it's not legitimate, but at no point in the conference is it made clear that this isn't legitimate. So the people that are following are either there and they're in on the joke, or they're actually there to say, yeah, I agree with this racist backing, which means you also know there's a lot of racists in the alt-right. It
sounds like justification to me that they got caught with their pants down and now are trying to deflect. Like, no, we were just kidding. Like the hashtag kill all men. How even Time magazine said this is just a joke, even though all these feminists were like angry about yes, all men or whatever.
Well, yeah.
And on that note, can we drag it back onto the red pill? Because I'd like to know a little bit more about this. I haven't seen the movie yet, and I'm kind of allegedly I may have a small part in it or something. I don't know. Karen, can you tell us a little bit more about it, please? I'm like dying to know. I'm in the dark.
Allegedly.
I'm getting blindsided. Just like I got blindsided at University of Toronto in 2013 there.
Yeah, Karen, I've been meaning to watch that film, so I'd like to hear a little bit about it too. So go for it.
You should absolutely watch the film. I've seen it twice now. I'm going to see it a third time and maybe a fourth time where I live. And I saw the London premiere.
Nice.
In 2 weeks, on the 8th of December, there will be a showing at UCL, University College London, which is actually organized by a psychology professor there. No, I don't think he organized it, but some Society, the Gender Equity Network, organized it. But he was at ICMI 16 at the conference in the summer, and he was also there now for the showing with where Erin Pizzey was doing the Q&A, and he said that he's trying to get men's issues into the psychology department of University College London, which is not so easy because you know that Paul always speaks about that it's quite ideologically contaminated in the profession and the research in the profession. But yeah, he's trying to get it in there, which is really good. They had a conference also in the summer where they had so I'm curious how this is going to be, and I think there will be more students also in the conference and feminists. And that was quite interesting about the where the Q&A was with Erin Pizzey and Mark Pearson, which is also online on YouTube. But the most interesting part about it was there were quite a lot of non-MRAs there, I think, or at least it gave the impression, because they specifically asked the audience that those people would ask questions who are new to this, not those who have been in it and who feel as they are part of the movement, but people who are for whom this information is new. And it was quite an interesting discussion. Also because the organizer, he was not an MRA, he'd only heard about this film 2 months ago, and then he thought, okay, he wants to organize a screening for that because he wants people to see this.
I bet you any minute it'll come on Netflix at some point.
Mhm.
I reckon it will. I reckon it will come on Netflix.
Oh,
yeah,
maybe.
it will be. Cassie had said that she has plans to have it on Netflix and all other online channels where possible.
It'd be
I
think it'd be hard to have like if you have no men beyond this point. I think it'd be quite good to have the red pill as well.
Yeah.
Karen,
I do think though it's better to see it on the big screen. Also, I found it quite emotional actually, because I've been watching the people who are in the film on YouTube for the last 3 years, and you're so used to watching these videos alone, and suddenly sitting with people together in an actual cinema and seeing it on the big screen, it's quite a different experience. It shows it's like this was always my personal private thing, and now it's out there. It's in the public.
Can you tell us more about what was in the film, though?
go!
And
Don't
whether or
you
not.
dare!
Okay, don't spoil it then. Well,
What
can you
was-
tell us if
what
Dan
was
was
the
in the
crowd
film?
like, Karen? Was it like an even split, men and women, young or old? What was the crowd like?
The audience, it was very mixed.
It was good mix? Was it? Would you say that there was more younger people or more older people there?
I would say it was quite even. It was men, women, younger people, older people. And especially in London, I noticed that there were quite a few feminists also. Well, in the end, we almost had a fight of the feminists because Mike Buchanan, he couldn't mince his words, as he is.
Were there any,
He said that you can't reason with feminists, or trying to reason with feminists, or making feminists open for men's issues is like asking Nazis to have understanding for Jews. And there were these 2 feminist girls sitting behind me. I think they were undergraduate university students, and they got really quite annoyed about that. They went, he called us Nazis, and I said, well, I turned around and said to them, please don't lie, he did not call you Nazis. He just said that to expect
Oh my
feminists to
God,
have empathy
you
for
did
the
that?
boys'
You're-
issues.
Oh, that would be awesome to have seen. Please tell me there's like a Kodak moment of the look on their faces.
They were just completely stereotypical. I thought, okay, you guys are just proving his point, basically.
so was there any protests for Berlin or London?
No protests at all. We were disappointed.
No.
Do you
Yeah,
think
especially
that,
given how Australia's been with this.
Yeah, do we got any Aussies in the group chat here? No Aussies? I'd like to know what the heck's going on down under there, because it seems like they're a little rather rabid down there, the feminists. Of course, they got Mike Salter and Molly Dragowitz down there. And I believe that one of my favorite feminist professors, Professor Holly Johnson, also does some teaching down in Australia as well. And for those of you who don't know about Professor Holly Johnson, she is a Canadian feminist who ran the Violence Against Women Department for Statistics Canada for 16 years. She's also a advisor, board of directors, editor for an organization called the Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women. And that Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women, I have caught them erasing male domestic violence victims and claiming them as female domestic violence victims, not once, but twice. Okay, now,
I heard about
one of
that.
the things about Professor Holly Johnson, like I said, this woman is my favorite feminist. She also advises the UN on domestic violence policies. Now, I've caught this organization and that expert fucking with numbers 3 times now, and it's absolutely fucking deplorable.
Wow.
Yeah, I forget where I heard that before, that they fucked with the numbers, but it was some video that pointed that out.
I got Domestic Violence Lies from Ottawa and Domestic Violence Lies from Ottawa Part 2. And that is an intentional play on words, and I'm sure those of you who are kind of knowledgeable about Canada, we have what do you call it? 2 official languages, English and Francais.
Yep.
Right? So Part 2, right? As in DUH, but also Part 2. I find it kind of odd now. They run when they like they're like, fuck, go leave, Dan, go, fuck off, stop looking at our numbers.
You know what? Sounds almost like the swing states right now, with everyone going, "Oh, Hillary should definitely recount and stuff," but only in the swing states, only in the states where she lost, only there, guys. Don't want to look anywhere else.
Speaking of numbers, I do want to point this out. Red Pill movie for Philadelphia. We still need to sell 45 tickets, and we have 5 days left to do it. So please spread this out wide and far, because there's a lot of people in this area that want to see it, like myself.
Come on, City of Brotherly Love, show a little love for your brothers.
Yeah, right.
I actually think the people who are already going, they should try to convince their friends and family members to come along. That's a bit of a regret I have, because I wasn't sure really what to expect. So I thought, okay, I just go on my own. And I told my sister and some friends and work colleagues on the Friday before the Monday when I was shown, and some went, "Oh, if you told me to come." And yeah, as I said, I wasn't sure what to expect, but actually the film, you can take anyone along. No one will come out and think, "Oh, you're a weirdo for supporting these people." It's that good, actually. And actually, it also helps. I've read it somewhere that the film is actually not made for MIAs, and I agree with that. It is actually made for a mainstream audience, for people to really understand what the MIM is about. And really good film to take friends and family to.
Sweet.
I'll check
Jim,
it out
do you
when it's on
wanna say
Netflix.
Start the discussions. Down in the States, it's about 100 men a day killing themselves, okay? Get the discussions rolling. About 100 men a day down in the States, about 12 men a day over in England, I believe it is. Canada and Australia are pretty close at about 8 men a day killing themselves in those nations. Come on, these are our sons and brothers, our mothers and fathers are burying the suicide and the men's issues. We got situations going on from womb to tomb.
Right.
And all the media wants to focus on is the fact that, razors for women are a little bit more expensive.
Yeah.
little bit more expensive, though. So when you buy Venus razors, it's only because I can buy Bic razors for like £1 for about
I buy
100 or
men's
something.
razor,
Yeah.
personally.
Say again, sorry.
Jim, do you want to say hi?
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt any of that.
Jim the Ape gets taxed more because of the amount of deodorant he has to buy. That's what it is.
I didn't want to disrupt the flow. I was listening though.
How you make it out there, Jim?
Well, then say hi now, because we've given you the floor.
Yep.
Yes, hello. For those of you,
Ape out, bro. Go ape.
for those of you who don't know me, I'm actually not Harambe. I'm Jim the Ape, and and I am a men's rights
Can you
advocate.
relate?
I especially advocate for the right to bodily integrity. I think that infant circumcision should be banned because even if it's your kid, it's not your dick. So.
Yes.
On the womb end of things, what is that? Okay, so it's 1/3 to 1/2 of the adult penile skin. It's about 4 feet of blood vessels, 240 feet of nerves, and about 20,000 in nerve endings.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That is
Seriously.
sold on the black market for cosmetic and other medical things.
Oh my
Mostly
god.
cosmetic.
The thing is, it's like
Oprah Winfrey, a little cockeyed, putting those fucking that Skin Medica fucking facial cream on her face that she uses. That's made out of fibroblasts from foreskin.
like, don't get me wrong. I can totally understand if an adult wants to make a choice to get rid of it, because I know I've had adult friends who have had a circumcision at the age of like 18 and stuff like that, due to not actually having much pleasure when having sex, and it's been painful for them. Again, it's filled with nerve endings. But doing it to children is like, baby, like, because this happens to men, it does happen to women as well when it comes down to the Islamic faith as well. But it's fucked. It's I think any form of genital mutilation is just fucked up. Absolutely, especially when you force it on your child. It's like my girlfriend's mum said that if you have a child, would you not christen it? And she was like, no. And she was like, but it's traditional. And I was like, it's also traditional in the Islamic faith to like castrate, not castrate, sorry, but to basically to cut the clitoris, is it right, off the woman and stuff. And she was like, that's horrible. And I was like, yeah, but it's tradition, you know. That's the defense we've got here. It's tradition.
That's actually the most extreme form of female. One of the more extremer forms of female genital mutilation. They kind of do a lesser form is more common, but it doesn't matter. It ain't your fucking parts. Stay the fuck away from it.
What do you think that the men's right movements then has quite a deal to go against the Jewish faith then?
Well, see, what I think, and this is something that me and Hannah Wallen have discussed, which she will be at the Red Pill movie if it goes live for Q&A. But we've actually discussed this, and I think we did a little bit of research together, that I think the reason why circumcision happens in the United States, that there's been a big push for it, even though it has nothing to do with religion. Well, the reason is not religion, is because hospitals actually make a lot of money on this. And then at the end of the day, it's just a finance issue. They can sell it because, hey, the parents don't want it. They sell it and get a lot of money for it. And that's why hospitals encourage parents to get it. And in fact, I've heard stories where hospitals will just like pretty much sit there and demand that they sign it. It's like, oh, do you want to go ahead and sign this release? Without telling them, hey, this is so we can go ahead and chop off your son's penis.
Didn't the, Karen, maybe you can fill us in on this, didn't the German parliament declare it to be illegal or something along them lines, male genital mutilation?
They wanted to, but in the end they made an exception for religious reasons.
What? Really? Of all reasons, that's the reason?
Well, it's
Religious reasons.
It's Germany.
Yeah, they kind of feel like
they
they
have
have
to.
to.
Limb here, and I'm gonna go out on a bit of a limb.
Do you know what I mean?
Now, I wouldn't call myself an extremely religious kind of guy or a holy roller by any stretch of the means. However, I do have respect for a person's faith, and if your religion requires a piece of skin, I'm pretty sure a needle prick will work. You don't have to destroy the person's organ.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then you can, you know, we can. I'm sure that there can be a little bit of a happy middle ground. I'm not happy with it. I don't think it's right. However, a needle will take a little piece of skin with it, and if your religion is that unflexible or that rigid, then I think we could find that I don't like it. I'll say it again. I don't like it, but I think that could be an accommodation put forward.
And I think I could agree with you there, but the one issue I have with the Jewish faith is that there's some, I guess it's orthodoxies that will have a rabbi not only cut a baby, but then will suck the blood
Suck it
from the
off.
penis,
Yep.
and there
Yeah,
have
I've seen
been
that
cases
before,
of
yeah.
children getting hepatitis, which can cause death in infants.
Hepatitis, herpes. There was a case of a rabbi in, I think it was New York, that was, spread the herpes around on these poor kids, these poor infants, before they even know what the fuck the disease is.
Yeah.
They were getting infected, and I believe that one child died or something like that. Believe it or not, you can actually, die from that cold sore chickenpox disease there. It can. I don't know how it ended up, how it did it, but they did attribute the death to the herpes virus being passed on by the rabbi.
Wow.
And
Yeah, I
that's-
heard about some of that, and I was like, "What the fuck? Why?"
And
Why
that
they
is
start
one of
that-
the times where I say that religion does not have an authority on this issue. I can understand that sometimes religion, they have their own practices, and even if it's a little bit gray on the law, we can allow religions to do it. This is one instance, no. Religions are not allowed to do this for the risk of passing on a deadly disease.
Oh yeah, like the law, obviously I can fucking, I drew the line at a pinprick, and that's it. That's where I'm willing to, show respect for a person's faith. Okay, and I'm Roman Catholic, and I was cut. Now, I was cut in 1969. The information wasn't out there, and so I don't really blame my parents. However, I have a little brother who got his son cut, and I fucking hate him for it, because you know what? I gave him the fucking information. I handed it to him. I said, "Here, don't fucking do it," and he did it anyways.
See, the thing is that I can respect someone's right to believe what they want, but I don't respect what they actually believe. I think it's a different thing. It's like it becomes that sort of because this is like this is going up in the video that I'm literally working on right now, which is just this guy who Africa going like, we want to build a respect culture. How are you going to build a respect culture when earlier on in the fucking video that I'm going to show, she literally turns around and says, oh, well, because of your culture, what you do and stuff that makes it good in your culture is more like sexual harassment in ours. And I agreed with it, because I was like, yeah, I can understand where cultures can clash. But then she then goes, we're going to create a respect culture. How does that work when you don't respect culture? Right, when you know that it's not going to work because you have a clash. It's like, I don't respect Islamic culture. I think it's fucked up, some of the shit that they have. I really don't respect it. I can respect someone who's a Muslim, no issue with you. I have Muslims living next door to me. I've got a mosque down the road. I don't give a fuck. You can your religion, you're right to believe whatever the fuck you want. You can believe fairies come out of your ass. You can believe you're shit gold and it's actually shit. I don't care. You can believe whatever the fuck you want. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you try and force it on a person or try and push it out there that it's actual fact, that's when I'll literally come in and go, no, that's wrong. You can't push the rhetoric.
Hey, cognitive.
Yes, I know.
Cognitive. Two things. First, check your DMs. Second, don't talk about the shit fairies.
Sorry, dude. Like I say,
In other words, religion is like a cock. It's fine to
believe what you want.
It's fine to be proud of it, but stop trying to ram it down people's throats.
Yeah, sorry if I was derogatory towards your belief, your invisible beings that live up your ass.
They're not invisible.
Sorry.
I've seen them come out of my ass.
They're brown and they have very different
I'm
shit.
sure you subjectively have. There you go. I'm sure you
I couldn't get
subjectively
video
have.
evidence because I don't take my cell phone in the bathroom with me.
Oh,
but-
of course, yeah, of course. It's always a lack of evidence, but I'm sure you see them. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
You'll just have to believe me.
Like I see the black
and
abyss
believe.
that is now the human race. No.
Karen,
I don't know how Reddit works, so can someone who knows how Reddit works post this shit about this thing? Because I went to go because there is I'll show you I'll send you the link to. There's actually like a thread about the Red Pill movie screenings. So
I'll do it.
the link to the stream and
Medusa.
No,
Send the link to me. I'll do it.
Well, right
okay,
now I'm doing it.
I'll private message you both of the links to the stream and the thing if you want.
I don't think that I'd be giving away the part of the movie if I said that most of us know about Erin Pizzey's history. God bless that woman, or luck bless that woman if you're an atheist.
Hello.
Respect for her. She has more of a spine than a lot of the world leaders, as far as I'm concerned. But how was her Q&A received by the feminists in London? And did she bring up how she was removed from her own shelter for saying, yes, women are equal. They can be just as bad or just as good as a man?
Sorry, who's this? Who are we speaking of
who's
in London?
Erin Pizzey did the Q&A in London.
I'm not too sure. I'm not even.
Erin
Pizzey? It's one of those things. Like, I've been looking at a lot of other stuff that's been going on in the world. I think I spend more attention on the rest of the world than I spend a small amount of time in the UK. I should spend more looking at the UK, but the moment we're fucked anyway. We've got Black Lives Matter. We've got a Muslim, but he's not doing anything to do with Islam when it comes to how he decides to be a mayor. We've got a feminist first minister of Scotland, and we've got a feminist who doesn't seem to be third wave feminist, but a feminist prime minister. In fact, we've even got a queen. We've got so many women in power right now. I don't know how feminism pushes its rhetoric still in the UK. I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, Dan, could you give us a quick brief on who Erin Pizzey is for our friend here?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, all right. So Erin Pizzey, around, it was either 1971 or 1974, she opens the world's first abused women's shelter. All right. And she kind of studies the women coming through. And out of the first 100 or so women, she kind of discovers that, wait a minute here, they're the abuser, not the abused. And she puts this information out there. And by that time, the Marxist feminists had kind of gotten their hooks into the shelter. And they kicked her out. And shortly thereafter, Erin had to get police escorts to go talk about things. All her mail had to go through Scotland Yard, apparently. And when she came across the pond to America at one point in time, the National Organization of Women, I guess you could call them the largest advocacy group of feminism, they deemed Erin persona non grata, even though she was the person who, kicks off the shelter situation. As an aside, Erin Pizzey also worked closely along Senator Ann Cools here in Canada, and Senator Ann Cools has a couple of she's a remarkable woman, and she's been first in a couple of things. Senator Ann Cools opened the first abused women's shelter in North America, and she was also the first black woman who became a senator in North America, I believe.
Well, there was also the issue that Erin Pizzey felt like, she was basically drove out of the UK. Like, they would stalk her, and there was even, I believe, a bomb that went off that injured her dog, or maybe her dog was shot. The dog survived.
That happened to her dog, but it's up in the air on whether or not it was tied to the shelter thing, and that's so because it's questionable, I wasn't going to bring it up. There was something that did happen to her dog.
So the people that attacked her, what ideology did they tie themselves to?
Oh, they're feminists.
Feminism, yeah. Erin Pizzey is basically evidence of how quickly feminism, and especially the more radical feminists, will turn on you the second you say something that goes against their narrative. And even if you call yourself a feminist, they will eat you alive if they don't agree, if you don't agree with them on every single point. So,
you basically saw the birth of feminism as it happened. And then they saw, women's shelters, we should start dealing with this. And at first, everything was good, but then they cut her out when they realized, hey, we can make money at this.
Mad Cat, hang on for a second.
So basically,
Karen, say something. Karen, say something.
I've been reading her autobiography, This Way to the Revolution. I can only recommend that. In there, she describes how she was quite enthusiastic about the women's rights movement when it started, because she was a housewife with 3 children at home, and she saw it as a way of women coming together because everyone was isolated in their houses and doing stuff together, and also changing things in society because it was the 1970s, and of course things had to change. So she was very much in favor of that, and she wanted to work with these women, but then she realized they wanted to blame men for everything, and she didn't see things this way, and also some women that she was friends with didn't see things this way as well. They loved their men, they loved their husbands, their sons and brothers, fathers, but these feminist women, they very quickly noticed that when Erin, she didn't agree with them, they already bullied her then, and then she started to open just like a community house for women to meet and have fun, basically, and spend time together. And then a battered woman came in, and then she realized, okay, we have to help this woman, and then there were more, and that's when she started the women's shelter. And that's when she how does the story go on? Yeah, like Matt Kent's, he's been telling about it, and she got really into trouble with the feminists, and she realized that some of them were as violent as their partners, and basically that's also one of the things where I really find feminists, like she also says that feminists, they aren't really, they're not supporting women, because what she found, she wanted to have these therapeutic communities with these women, because she saw that they needed help really to overcome the violence that they had in them, and then they could also live more fulfilled lives. Didn't want to hear that these women were violent at all.
Well, yeah, because it goes against their women are victims narrative.
Thanks,
exactly.
Karen. I seen you were holding the book there, and sorry, cognitive, but I seen she was holding the book there. I'm like, holy crap, man, it's right there.
I must touch the book, the sacred book.
I have to say, I bought it at ICMI 16, and I've got it in my backpack all the time, and I've been reading through it, and usually I'm a very fast reader, but honestly sometimes I find this book really depressing, because she found these things out in the 1970s that actually neurologists are finding out nowadays, that how much children are affected when they grow up in a house with parents who are violent towards each other. And I think if people had heeded her advice, we could be living in a very different society today. There's so much suffering around us. And I have personally seen some of it, because I spent my teenage time in a children's home, because my mother couldn't stand that anymore. So I voluntarily went there, and I saw some, really kids and teens. And
How was Erin's Q&A received by the crowd and/or the feminists there in London?
That's a good question. I think I need.
Got a clue. As far as I know, feminism is getting quite big in London. I'm pretty sure they have many things dedicated to it now in London. I know they've got like huge websites like still going on with women's rights and stuff like that. We've got places like if you've seen Sugar Tits with Brain Labs, we've got companies that are literally finding the wage gap. So they're looking at the female staff and then the male staff, and they don't care what your role is, and they'll find out the percentage difference, and they give that percentage difference to the women instead on their wage, regardless of position. So this already happened in the UK. You can't, if you if someone, I don't know how it works, whether you can, if you wolf whistle or if you basically go, hey, you're good looking or something. If that happens in Nottingham, there's legislation that says you can be arrested for hate speech.
Well, Karen was actually at the event with Erin Pizzey there, so we were wondering what was the reception like. So
sorry.
If you could continue, Karen.
I have to actually rewatch the Q&A. I can't too much speak on it. I think people did listen to her, but I think the feminists, there was sorry. In the end, there was sort of this weird debate going on. We can't find some middle ground. There was almost this idea. People had this idea that feminism and men's rights are two extreme sides of the same coin. And she did try to explain how feminists had caused her the trouble, but what trouble feminists had caused her. But I think there was some denial in the audience, really.
Karen, have you heard about unpaid hours?
Sorry?
What have you heard about unpaid hours? And if you have, what do you think of them?
Yeah, zero contract hours, zero hours contracts.
No. I'm talking about unpaid hours. This is the work that women do at home when it comes to cleaning their own homes and stuff.
I find this absolutely horrible to actually the way feminists talk about the family. I find it really horrible. Emotional labor and all these weird phrases that basically turn human relationships into economic contracts. I find this disgusting. I find it absolutely disgusting.
That's you're so right. Like it's like me and my girlfriend get so confused by feminism because we sit there and it's like that's not what a relationship is. Yeah, you'd kind of dependent on each other to make sure that like the family system runs itself. You make sure bills are paid and stuff. But these are they're the contracts you have to the outside world. But what you have together is that you want to have your children, and even though you'll still have disagreements and little arguments because you're in a relationship, you look past them because you have the children and because it's all about the fact that they still need an upbringing, and you put your shit to one side a little bit more. Like you take more of a step back. You take yourself less seriously. It's not like it's all about you. It's not anymore. It's about the kids. So yeah, when I see feminism the way that it is, you're totally right. It's this sort of contractually obliged thing of, oh well, I'm a woman and I'm paying more for my things than you are, you bad man. If I work, I'd get paid less than you, you bad man. Like, and the guys are just like, I just born with a penis, man. That's all it was.
No, it's what feminists they are doing. They're breeding resentment in women. In that way, they're killing off their ability to actually have a relationship. Because if you're always feeling wronged, Cassie J, she did 2 interviews, or it's 2 parts with the honey badges. In preparation for this, I only had time to listen to one of them again, but in the second one, I've listened to it a few times. She talks about her boyfriend and how their relationship changed after the making of the Red Pill, because before she was also always going on, oh, I'm doing more housework than you do, and she didn't realize that he was actually working 12, 16 hours a day, and only after making the Red Pill, she realized that she had been sort of thinking she does so much more than he, and she hadn't been able to see what he actually does. And this is what the media and the culture does to women, that making them so resentful and making them think they're doing so much more than men, and that's actually not mentally healthy. And that's absolutely convinced that feminism is as harmful for women as it is for men.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're all
feminism creates dis-ease between the sexes.
Well, there's actually a controversial issue that I kind of side with the feminists, but not for the reasons they state. And I'm speaking of the tampon tax. I actually do think that tampons should be considered a medical item. Because, well, I don't want women walking around without them when they need them. I don't want them spreading their blood everywhere. The thing I disagree with...
Oh, come on. Position is to free bleed anyways and make art with it and knit. Fuck.
Let me finish.
And the streets will run red with blood.
Dan, let me finish. Or whoever's talking, let me finish. Sorry, Dan. But no, but the thing that I disagree with the feminists on in this is that they're like, oh, well, this is just the patriarchy and this is just misogyny because they're charging a tax on something that men don't have to deal with. And it's like, it's because it's considered a sanitary product. All sanitary products don't have taxes on them. So it's not that it was designed against women, it's just that's how it got classified.
Yeah.
But they're all making it sound like it was a sexist issue and all of this and that it's just all against women. And it's like, you're making the wrong argument here. You're trying to victimize yourself over something. When I think you have a legitimate point, it should be considered a medical thing. But their first line of defense is, I'm a victim, give me things.
Yeah, I think that would be the difference between a feminist and a woman's rights activist.
Yeah.
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 And that was actually me who interrupted, and that was a callback to one of my early videos, Double Your Stupid, Double Your Dumb. It was actually a response to 2 different feminist videos, and one of them was about the tampon tax, and it was very silly. But
Well,
I don't know if anyone here has actually seen that video, so I don't know why I called it back. But
we'll link your channel in the chat we have here, and I'll follow you. But there was one video I made in reference to the tampon tax because a feminist was saying that both men and women use tampons. And I'm like, you've just proven there's no such thing as a tampon tax since now men use tampons. What she was meaning is transgendered men use tampons, but she didn't say that. She said men use tampons.
You know what? Let's kind of go off on a little different tangent here. Most of us know who Smuggly Puff is, right? That Eric.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, a little cunt.
Hey, how can he be? Well, I don't know. Maybe he can't understand normal thinking. Maybe that's how he can be a cunt. Now, apparently, Smuggly Puff was in court the other day. He's been charged. Now, what do you think the court should do? Smuggly identifies as a man. Should Smuggly, in the truest sense of the word, be treated as a man in the courts, be handed down 1/3 more sentence than they would receive as a woman? And if so, where will they be going? Will they be going to a woman's prison, or will they be going to a men's prison, or will they be going to solitary confinement or something? Out of the general population.
Well, I thought I heard that he or she, wherever the fuck he is, identified as a female when it came to the court system.
Well, if you followed right enough, he was down at the courthouse there, and I don't think that's been entered in yet. I don't think that. But, however, as I understand it, the Crown did refer to Smuggly there as him. Use the male pronouns.
Well, I'm sure the Crown has enough common sense to know that even if they identify him as a male, that he has a vagina and is probably going to send him to the female prison, because if he went to the male prison, well, he'd be a target. I would hope that your system of government is smart enough to know that. Even though they want to be like, oh, I'm a male, I want all the privileges of being a male. It's like, okay, go to the male prison.
I don't think that Smuggly would actually, I don't think that they would actually end up in jail. It's a minor assault and destruction of personal property, possibly a theft. So that's like 222. The criminal code is theft. 265 is an assault. First offense, they usually slap you on the wrist. Community service, probation, but they can still receive 1/3 longer sentence. So instead of say 1/3 or 1 year probation and 100 hours of community service, if they identified as a female, there would be 1/3 tacked on there if we followed the averages.
Logically, they should get more sentencing because they identify as a male. Based on what you've just told me, they'll probably see him as a protected class like women are because he's trans. The only way that you get a longer sentence is if you are born a male and identify as a male.
So, in other words, it is your feeling that the Crown, which is RDA in Canada here, the Crown will act discriminatorily and sexist and not treat Smuggly as an adult male.
Correct. I mean, they just passed a law, and I don't know if it's your specific, Smuggly's specific area, that not referring to someone by their personal pronouns is now hate speech.
It's not law yet. And by the way, you best start calling me His Royal fucking Highness. Capisce? Yes. I've already informed the fucking Ontario Human Rights Commission that in all correspondence, that's my gender pronoun. Okay?
Hell yeah.
Now, has
You gotta
not
come up with a good one.
it has passed another reading. It has not been declared law. For it to be declared law, the Governor General has to proclaim it as law. So it is not law yet, but it is going through the motions.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I hate about the media in the United States, because they're like, well, now it's a law. And it's like, okay, I don't have any way to verify that. So, well, I do have ways. I'm just lazy.
Yeah, the Governor General has to proclaim it as law, and they'll say on such and such a date it was proclaimed as law. If you go into elaws. I think it's .on.ca, which is the Ontario laws, or if you go on the Department of Justice website, you'll see that, on the laws and stuff that, it proclaimed law in effect on such and such a date by such Attorney General or a Governor General. Governor General, that's who it is. It has to be proclaimed law by the Queen's representative. I don't know if folks know this, but Canada still has a Queen's representative kind of running the show. They've got a veto vote. Americans got the Electoral College. We've got the Governor General. So if we say elected PM Zoolander or somebody who acts like Zoolander as Prime Minister, the Governor General can say, yeah, no fucking way. Because they are the Queen's representative.
Hank McCoy, or Beast, has said that they need Blair White as warden. She wouldn't put up with any shit.
Awesome.
Fuck yeah.
She's fucking adorable. She's fucking hilarious. And I love it when she pulls the airhead fucking look. I don't know. She plays that airhead, that little airhead.
Hey, what's up?
Snippets that she weaves into her videos. They're fucking glorious and hilarious. You ever fucking makes her way out to Toronto, it's fucking beer on me for her, or fucking Manhattan, her choice, lady's choice.
Yeah, dude, Blair White's awesome. What's up, Pat?
What up, Jim? Ooh. All right, what I jump in the middle of?
We're talking about it's a red pill thing, but we were just
the red pill.
We were just talking about like Smuggly Puff and the way the justice system for some fucking reason treats trans people differently and treats women differently. I'm sitting here thinking,
man, I know how that feeling is right there, man.
Crazy idea. How about we treat criminals based on what their crime is, not based on the arbitrary characteristics of their race and gender and whatever the fuck else.
But then I can't punish the Jews.
Here's something for you all to ponder. Okay? And this is my position. Now, an absolute certainty of guilt, i.e. Paul Bernardo, Carla Homolka, Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer, absolute certainty of guilt, where there is no fucking, no reasonable doubt to be had. They've, allocated to the crime. There's video evidence. There's no way that fucking, they can't be not guilty, all right? My position is fucking guinea pig them. Guinea pig the fucking cretins. We got a lot of good, decent people dying from cancer and shit like that. Test out the fucking cancer drugs on them. Why are we fucking harming decent, honest, noble creatures? Test out drugs when we got fucking animals sitting in jail.
Sure.
Well, to me, that would depend on the severity of the crime. It would have to be like serial killer type shit in order for.
Absolutely, I gave out, my example. Jeffrey Dahmer killed a whole bunch of men, young men, and Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo. They're the ones that killed, I think it was 3 girls at least in Canada. One of them being Carla Homolka's sister.
What about
I know that case you're talking about now. I thought that name sounded familiar. God, that was so fucked up. But didn't Jeffrey Dahmer actually eat people?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he was cannibalism, and then he got released in the general population, and the general population in prison took care of him.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify because there's some things that are considered crimes, especially in America, that are really fucking stupid, like, marijuana in most states and federally. So
yeah,
the war on drugs was designed to
get really stupid, like marijuana, and I was like, wait, What?
No, I mean, yeah, it's like really
Well,
stupid
no,
to
the war
consider
on
that.
drugs was an attack on men because it criminalized a lot of men to get them out of their families and put them in prison so that a lot of children would be raised by single mothers.
Are you sure it's not a for-profit system for, corporatism? Because as I understand it, as I'm fairly certain, fucking a lot of big corporations are hiring people who are in jail to do labor at a fucking god-awful, deplorable price.
Yeah.
Like 11 cents an hour or something like that.
Well,
Yeah.
you have to have people in prison first for that to happen.
Sounds like 1920s or some shit.
It's that as well, but I think I heard something. I think because I was watching Adam Ruins Everything clips on YouTube, and one of them was about like the war on drugs and like specifically marijuana, and he was saying that it was like started as like a political thing so that they could go after like hippies and like minorities like black people. Because they were like the political enemies supposedly of like
Actually,
whoever was president at the time. I don't remember all the details, but
what I read, it had to do with Randolph Hearst and a little bit to do with Randolph Hearst owned a newspaper, and he was a late baron sort of deal. He owned a lot of stuff. He was fucking uber rich. But apparently during the Mexican Civil War or something, they were taking back their land. And what's his name had a whole bunch of land holdings down there, and so he kind of created this propaganda machine, those lazy Mexicans and their local weed sort of deal, and from there the law just starts getting in there, and after that it just fucking it's set in stone, and they realize that, hey, we've got a fucking good thing going here as far as putting people away. Randolph Hearst, I think it was what's his name? That fucking actor. He's a big pop proponent. I think it was either Joe Rogan or Woody. What's his name?
Woody Allen?
Not Woody Allen. No.
Harrelson?
Yeah, I think he does a documentary called Grass, and that's where you'll find that information.
Oh shit!
It all ties back
I
into
see
money.
that.
Follow the fucking money, and you will find the reason for corruption.
Well, that's what it usually comes down to, is just look at who has the money, who's giving it to who, and where all the decisions in government is being made. It just really comes down to money.
Yeah.
I know. And it's like how y'all was saying earlier, like, we have a fucked up judicial system and things like that where that protects a lot of people. Like, for instance, like, how many of y'all in here are like pro-abortion?
I wouldn't describe myself as pro-abortion. I would say I'm pro-choice.
Yeah.
Like, it should be a choice.
Yeah.
Pro-abortion
Like I said,
implies that I like abortion and that I want more of it to happen. I want people to be more responsible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's like I'm all for abortion if it's affecting your health and things like that, and you have a choice between like the baby living and you living and the baby having like a jacked up life and things like that you abort and things like that. But if you're like some of these people out here who just fucking have an abortion just because you don't want the responsibility anymore, that's the stuff that really pisses me off. Like, I was reading this article, which is going to be my next video, by the way, about how how Anna Yoka, like, how she did that coat hanger abortion and shit like that. Now they're charging her come Monday for like 3 felony counts and things like that. And you have these shitty ass articles out here on a thing called Slate, who are actually trying to treat this woman like a victim and talking about, oh, now that President Trump is in office and things like that, this is going to be a war on women and their reproductive rights and all that bullshit right there. And they tried to use Pervy Patel as a motherfucking excuse. The woman who bought illegal motherfucking abortion pills online, took them, had a miscarriage with her baby, threw it in a fucking dumpster and shit like that before going to a medical facility, get herself checked out. And once they found out what she did, she was tried. At first they was going to give her 20 years, but after like July of this year, she got that shit reduced, and now she's a free fucking woman. So she literally killed her child, and now she's walking free. And so many people stood behind this ignorant ass motherfucker. That shit right there really gets on my nerves when you know, when people like that can do such vile ass acts and walk away free without any responsibility.
I would say I am pro-choice, and I absolutely think it's fucking deplorable how they promote abortion as a no-care method of birth control. I also think that we need to nail down a fucking time frame here. When does that possible unborn individual start feeling pain? All right. When does it start, feeling pinpricks and stuff like that? Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about Canadian law here. In Canada, you are not a human being until you pass through the birth canal. So, in theory, you could be 8 months, 29 days pregnant. A woman could be 8 months, 29 days pregnant, and still go in for an abortion, and it would still be legal.
Could be going into labor.
That's what's really fucked.
So just its head is still inside of the mother, and then they stab it in the brain, and then
see, that's the stuff that really gets me right there, man. It's like, oh, as long as it hasn't passed to the birth canal, it's not really considered a human. I'm like, really? That has, you have to be really in fucking humane to,
Absolutely.
So I think that is
where my limit. I just want to finish off my point here. About 3 years ago, a member of parliament tried to raise that issue, tried to figure out, or tried to have a debate on, when exactly life begins, so that we can, so that we know that if there's going to be an abortion, we're not killing a sentient being here, right? So when that happened, holy fuck, did the screechers come out of the closet. We had Mr. Vagina saying, "Keep your rosaries off my ovaries." He was dressed up in a fucking pink fucking human-sized vagina suit, screaming about "Keep your rosaries off my ovaries." It was a guy. A fucking guy.
It's kind of hilarious, but still.
Well, I actually agree with you, Dan, a lot on the issue of abortion. I am pro-choice. I wish men got more of a right when it came to the issue of abortion, but that's a complicated issue. But there needs to be a time frame, and a girl knows right away whether or not she's going to want the child. So she has to make that decision right then and there. And if she doesn't make it within that time, she's stuck with the responsibility. Now,
and that's excuse me right there.
The other thing that I want to talk about on this is that the problem with our laws, it's the same common problem across the board, but specifically with abortion, is that we put the value of women above everything. Even a child that needs more of our protection than the woman herself, the woman still trumps men and children. And that's the problem with the abortion laws, is that we put so much value on the woman itself rather than the other life that's involved.
Because when this whole entire thing goes off, it's like all it really does is like when things and when actions like this basically happen, it's like it gives a lot of these women who think this way that, oh, so I can go out there, I can have all this irresponsible sex, and if I get pregnant, I can just go to one of these abortion clinics, so I can do this right here and that and everything, and I'm opted out of the responsibility. So that's what I'm saying. It excludes them for all this responsibility that they don't have to, they don't have to feel like, compassion or anything. They can just go out there and do this, and won't shit happen to them.
Karen, perhaps you've seen the movie is now the male flip side of the coin of abortion would be legal parental abortion. Right, where the guy says, "All right, we made this possible child together. I'm not ready to be a father, and I'm going to sign off on all my rights." Was that brought up in the discussions, or at all?
That wasn't so much part of the film. They talked more about fathers who couldn't see their children, parental alienation, and they interviewed Harry Crouch from the NFCM for that. National Coalition for Men, and he talked quite a bit about how fathers have killed themselves because they couldn't see their children anymore, and
Absolutely.
also about
I know that happens, and it's a god awful situation.
Yeah, it does.
Harry's a good guy.
Yeah, so they highlighted that a bit more in the film. Also, what's it called? They listed one example where it turned out that all the 5 children or so blonde all looked like the alleged father were actually the children of the guy down the road.
Oh, paternity fraud. Cornell,
yeah, paternity fraud, yeah.
I can't think of the gentleman's last name, but his name's Cornell.
Smith.
Cornell Smith, that's it. And he says DNA testing should be do not ask testing.
That's in the film. But something
guy,
I would like to say.
Fucking great talker, smart guy. I met him down in Detroit in 2014, I think it was, at the first international conference on men's issues.
Karen, you wanted to say something?
Something on abortion in the US from a German's perspective, because I noticed that because in Germany abortion is of course legal and it's accepted, but I have found that in the US, which actually often seems more conservative than Germany to us, but when it comes to abortions, I've had quite a few friends who've been like on a high school year abroad, or just generally traveled to the US and made friends there, and they were quite shocked at how women talk about abortions. It sounds like they've been to the dentist.
Well, that's actually a point I wanted to bring up. Because
there's an interesting play on words there. Cavities with the dentist, and where does that baby grow?
They go. It's just like a conversation in the office, and they go, "Oh yeah, I had an abortion, and it's no big deal." And I think that doesn't sound quite right. I mean, of course, women shouldn't be shamed, and we shouldn't be like in the Middle Ages. And I think it should be an option, but at the end of the day, it is still killing a living being inside of you. And I don't have children, but my sisters have both been pregnant, and I've seen other women be pregnant. I've seen children, small children, and I think there is more to it. I do think there could be psychological damage, and this is something that's not spoken about really. And
I know a woman. I went to school with her. Her name was Lisa. God rest her soul. All right. She had $1 million family, a boy and a girl. She had the girl first, and then she got pregnant with the boy. I went all through high school with her. I actually saved her brother from a fire when I was in my 20s. And later on in life, I took her mother down for her last walk when she died from cancer. Now, when Lisa discovered she was pregnant with her son, which was the second pregnancy, she also discovered cancer. It was also discovered. And she made a choice. And that choice ended up costing her life because she cared so much about that child, that unborn child. And, it's kind of, I don't really like it, but I think that is kind of what a parent does. They put their child's life first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a point.
Put their child's life first. And
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, Lisa. So that was, that's kind of my life experience on that kind of thing. I'll also add that, my God, did I ever have a crush on Lisa in high school? I thought she was so goddamn gorgeous.
Well, this is a point that I wanted to make about Canada and the issue of abortion. You talk about how America women seem so blasé about it. I once talked to Cassie in feminism about this, and she said growing up, she knew a lot of girls before the age of 16 that treated getting an abortion like getting a merit badge, because apparently where she was at, a girl could walk in and get a free abortion, no questions asked. And she knew several girls before turning 18 who had several abortions. And it was just considered that's what you did. As a teenager, is you had sex, got pregnant, had an abortion, and you just sort of laughed it off.
And that's my thing right there. It's like, have none of these people been taught like responsibilities? First of all, it's like, guys, who are these guys that are sticking their dicks in these crazy ass people right at first, And second, it's like, how can they just like do that right there? Just like go out there, get pregnant, thinking there's no big deal, even though it's human life, I wish they could just go back and something can happen and put themselves in that shoes. Like when you was that child, when you was that fetus that you say that, oh, it's just a fetus that nobody should really care about, and things like that. Can you imagine like your parents, like thinking that same way when you was being conceived?
You know what? You bring up a really good point there. You kind of did, and I really wish you had hammered it home. There's no fucking excuse in these days and times with the amount of birth control out there that abortion should be celebrated as much as it is. There's no fucking goddamn reason in the world. Okay, there's condoms, there's fucking gels, there's birth control pills. There's so many fucking options.
There are so many. I'm saying, like there was like a shit ton of condoms out there. And what happened to just keeping your damn legs closed? It's like women are like y'all are like the gatekeepers of sex. Like nobody can have sex unless it goes through you. So it's like, like the responsibility, it starts out on women and things like that. But if you mess around and not accidentally, but actually, go out there and like saying, and have sex with men, like, it's like be responsible. Either put on a condom, protect yourself, or just keep your legs closed.
But that's misogynistic right there. To say that a woman should keep her legs closed. But it's perfectly acceptable to tell a man to keep his pants zipped up.
Yeah, I think Mad Cat.
It's such a double standard.
Takes two to tango. Takes a sperm and an egg. They're both fucking responsible.
Yeah, consent.
Yeah, they're both responsible.
Consent you are not responsible. That's misogynistic to say that a woman is responsible.
Yeah,
how easy it was for me to get fucking birth control, because like especially when I had Medicaid before, or I still have like the family planning thing or whatever, but like once I started birth control, I was just like, why doesn't every single girl do this? And it's not even that expensive for if you don't have insurance, because I have like the 5-year thing, so it's like I don't have to worry about periods or babies for a long time, and I don't really know why nobody else is doing it. There are some people who are doing it, and there's some people who
this is just there. I think a lot of them think they're invincible. They don't think, oh, that can't happen to me.
That's true. I just don't understand it. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, I think that birth control method's called Norplant or something like that. They stick a couple of tubes in your arm there, and they just kind of leach out whatever. No. It's not
that one. I had Nexplan right here. Yeah, I had that. I tried it out, and unfortunately, that one didn't work for me because it made me have like extremely painful sex. But like now I have one that is actually like in my cervix, so it's like an implant. I call it an IUD, and
you get IUD.
Yeah, those last for like 5 years, and they're like 99.999% effective or some shit.
But Medusa, you know what they say? If it doesn't hurt, you're not doing it right.
Now I know a woman. As a matter of fact, my older brother who killed himself. I'm still in contact with his last girlfriend.
Damn.
Awesome woman. Now, she went through an abortion. Unfortunately, she has what is known as a bivalated uterus, where she has like kind of two uteruses, right? There's kind of a split down the middle. She's a weird, she's got weird plumbing going on. Okay? And she had that IUD thing. And she went in for an abortion, and they pulled out the wrong side. 2 months later, she was in her closet ripping her hair out because her belly was moving.
Oh my.
3 or 4 months later, she had the child, and the child is growing up now, and the child does have some problems. I can't say whether I'm not 100% sure whether it was due to the abortion or whether the child had problems to begin with. However, the child is still an adult, wonderful individual, great individual. I've chatted with her a few times, and she's pretty much normal. But we're fucking around with some really high emotion biology there when we start thinking about there.
I agree. I do it because I just like having periods. Plus, I'm not like really super like dead set on having a child myself, I might have like a surrogate or something. Huge deal to me, but yeah, I've heard some horror stories about it.
Yeah, like really, like we are talking like 0.001. She didn't even know that she had that situation going on in herself, and she was, that was her body for 25, 30 years.
Wow.
I know, but it's like in the end, if every person that's out there having sex can take responsibility, like I'm saying, like guys, like either put a condom on or better yet, don't nut up inside somebody. And, it's like.
Actually, what I think needs to happen is we need to give men the option to have a vasectomy as soon as they hit 18 years old. Freeze some sperm, put it in some storage somewhere, and then if a man wants it at 18 years old, he should be able to get it. And none of this bullshit of, oh, well, you could change your mind. I mean, yeah, you could change your mind, but, when I was 18, I would have gladly have done it. I would have frozen my sperm and paid a monthly fee every month to keep my sperm on ice just so I didn't accidentally get a woman pregnant. Now, I haven't gotten a woman accidentally pregnant, but I would have loved to have had that assurance. But doctors today still will not give most men a vasectomy until they've already had children and they're in their 40s.
Yeah, because they want to make sure these guys have kids, so just so they can, tax them later on.
Mm-hmm.
In case the relationship doesn't work out, and then, you got to pay child support, you got to pay this and all that right there and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, sorry, I had to reposition myself.
I wish I was that microphone.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
I've touched that microphone before.
Yep.
I envy that
was
microphone.
his microphone previously. But, yeah, so we need to sell these dang tickets, dude. Man. Darnell, did you post it to Reddit or whatever?
Yeah, I did. I posted to Reddit. I posted to Twitter. I mean, to Facebook.
I mean, if you want modern Medusa to see this film, we have to sell these tickets. Oh, me too, but, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. I want to go. I want to see.
So Hannah Wallen's going to be doing the QA afterwards, right?
Yes, she is.
Yep.
And you need to sell how many more tickets? 45?
Yes.
And how much is the price of tickets?
$12.
And where's it being shown?
Yep.
At a Studio Movie Grill in Upper Darby, which is just outside of Philadelphia. It's one of those movies where you can actually eat while you watch the film.
Cool.
Can I drink too?
Yes, they have alcohol there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not in Canada anymore, in Philly.
And then afterwards, we're going to IHOP to hang out.
Yeah.
IHOP, that's the place right there.
If I was there, I would come just to see Hannah.
I've seen her before. She's awesome.
I want to meet her.
She is she's a really smart individual. I would say that Hannah is one of those individuals that has taste other than what's in her mouth. She has she seems to like photography or have a family background in photography of some sorts.
Both, yeah.
I find fascinating as well because, geez, I've got photographs going back into the early 1900s sitting around here. As a matter of fact, I've got photographs of soldiers getting ready for World War I in Toronto.
Damn, you're old. I thought you were like in your 60s, but I now realize you're like, what, 120?
Oh, hell, man. I just like it. As a matter of fact, here's an oddity, and I just kind of come across antiques and collectibles and stuff. But I've got an early 1800s German religious book. It's old enough that it's bound in leather, and it had the leather clasp thing for the book, and it's all written in Gothic, Gothic calligraphy. I wish I could fucking translate it, but I had a difficult enough time just trying to track down what year it's kind of from.
Fancy as fuck.
Pardon?
She said it sounds fancy as fuck.
It's a little small religious book. I've also got like a 1920s full set of popular mechanics encyclopedias, and I've got another set of encyclopedias. I think they're early 1900s, but they're from before the time when they had color set ink, right? So they've got tissue paper in between the ink plates, and like these are full sets.
Nice.
That's impressive.
Well, it doesn't look like I got much, and I don't chase money, but I got some nice fucking things. I really, really do not chase money at all. I refuse to. When I was young, 27, I made a choice to chase money, and rather than chase something else. So I chased money. And later on in life, I figured out that chasing money was the wrong fucking move. So I turned my back on that. And then in 2005, that lesson was hammered home when my dad passed away from colorectal cancer there. The step monster, about 48 hours before his death, while he was all morphined up, she had my dad sign a new will that had me and my little brother, his biological sons, written out of the will, and his biological brother, my Uncle Larry, written out as executor of the will. I just kind of chalked it up with, well, fuck her. The money will never love her back, and I hope she fucking, leads a cold, fucking lonely life.
For real.
People like that usually
depressing
do.
Stories.
Hey, it's been a fucking really goddamn interesting life. When I start butting heads against the legal system in regards to male domestic violence victims, doesn't Google fucking Earth snap my picture? So the running joke among my friends, because when you start bucking up against the system, well, then the system starts paying attention to you, right? So the joke among my friends was, not only are the cops watching you, but they got Google fucking Earth watching you. Literally, it happened within like 6 months. I'm fucking sitting there, I'm going, holy fuck, is this gonna get, this is kind of enough to give a guy a fucking complex here.
Yes, let's not feed your ego any more than it has. I mean, you're a great man, but,
Oh, it's been, hey, when I fucking almost offed myself, I ended up in the same fucking psych ward that my brother killed himself in 29 years to the fucking days. You want to tell about a fucking interesting experience? There's a fucking good one. The fucking shrinks were looking at me like, what the fuck is going on here? And when I laid it all out to them, they're like, holy fuck. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about my mother here. All right? I love my mother. She brought me into this world. She treated me. She treated me like she treated me like she did, okay? She fed me at her tit. However, I find it really fucking odd that two of her sons almost offed themselves on Mother's Day.
That is very interesting. Perhaps was it something in your childhood that your mother did to you?
Thank you, Sigmund Freud.
You seem only fixated on the breastfeeding.
Hey, thank you, Dr.
Well, here's an interesting little thing. My mother's old. when she found out about
How
the
old is she?
when she found out about the male suicide situation, her response was, "Just goes to show you how weak men are."
Oh, damn. I don't want to say anything bad about your mom, but I'm thinking it.
And when she came to visit me in the hospital, her first question was, "How are you going to pay rent?"
Damn.
Not anything else. Now, in my defense, in the legal system, there, I was supposed to. Now, I was released into surety. You know, it's kind of like bail with in Canada here. I was released into surety, her surety, and this is the first offense. Do not forget, this is the first offense for me. All right. They wanted me so badly that I could not leave the property without her being in tow. All right, this is fucking incredible. Like these are stipulations they give fucking people accused of murder, not for somebody for calling a crisis line and saying, "Listen, there's something fucked going on here." All right. So I told my mother I had to make what's known as a stinchcom motion or stinchcom mandamus. That is fucking your right to full disclosure. My mother said, "Nah, I'm not taking you down there to fucking file that motion." Okay, so in other words, she fucking sabotaged my defense because there was a history of domestic violence perpetrated against me that the cops said, "Suck it up, we don't intend to enforce the law," in one instance. And in the second instance, they took my ex to the abused women's shelter after she admitted to them that she assaulted me and I did nothing to her.
So she assaulted you, but yet they did shit for her?
Model.
That's the Duluth model for you.
You know, I do want to say that I'm glad that the suicide prevention hotline that you called did something for you, because when I called it, when I was about ready to off myself, they did nothing. They're like,
to suck it up.
Mad Cat, they did nothing for me. They did nothing for me. As a matter of fact, okay, I'm sitting here and I'm like fucking watching all this shit going on. I'm like fucking holy crap. I am in such a state of mind that I walked out into traffic, not even realizing that traffic was coming. What I remember from that situation was I'm walking my dog Zeke, and all of a sudden, you know, I'm crossing the road and my mind isn't there. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I've been assaulted, fucking legal abuse, and I'm the fucking criminal here. Like, you know, total fucking surreal disconnect going on. And I go to cross the street, a main drag in Hamilton there, and all I remember seeing is headlights and fucking horns blaring. And I had literally, my mind was so far fucked up that I literally walked out into traffic. So I took myself to the fucking hospital. I said, I got it. You know, there's something going on here. They set me up with a fucking shrink nurse sort of deal, blah, blah, blah. Her name was, I believe, Deb Fournier. Do not quote me on the last name, but first name Deb for sure. Now, what she told me to do was suck it up. Man up. And I'm like, what the fuck going on here? Like, there is something seriously fucking going on. And, you know, so I started digging into things. I came across Erin Pizzey's writing. I come across some of Barbara Kay's writings. I come across Earl Silverman's writings as well. You know, and I'm finding all these things. And at the time, I was retraining to become a paralegal after a back injury. And that's a legal fucking abuse that my ex fucking threw in my back there. She got a hold of my legal documents, opened them, and held them past their due date, thereby causing my matter to be kicked out of the courts. Like, Jesus Christ, you know, it's only my fucking future that was at stake here. You know, you'd think that the fucking cops would want to do their goddamn fucking job. All right? By the way, in Canada, fucking around with somebody's mail, all right, it's a fucking hybrid offense. So it can be prosecuted summarily or fucking indictable. Under Section 48, 49, and 50 of the Canada Post Corporations Act, they outline these laws. Opening and withholding somebody's fucking mail is described in that crime, or in those sections of that legislation. Under Section 60, you can do up to 5 years in jail for it. All right? Now, considering these were legal documents that my ex got a hold of and fucked with, you'd think that maybe they want to fucking say, hey, that was wrong. We're going to fucking take you to court. Nah, not a fucking chance.
Wrong.
Well, yeah, I think I'll breathe on that note.
You may notice. You may notice there is no female equivalent to man up.
Nope.
Because
No, have you seen Big Hero 6? There's this one woman character that goes, "Woman up!" But she says it to dudes. That's what's funny.
I haven't seen that movie, but I think the reason for that is that people expect men to deal with their own problems, but when women have problems, it's everybody comfort them and everybody help them deal with it because they're too precious and fragile. I think everyone should deal with their own problems to some degree.
Man the fuck up. He for sure.
But
and it's like,
as I was actually saying, and to go in conjunction with what you're saying now, is that when I called the suicide hotline to try to get help, first I got transferred 3 fucking times, and it's like, I call this phone number and you have to transfer me to one person to another person. Finally talked to a woman on there, and I tell her, like, I just lay it all out on the line, like, I'm disabled, I can't get medical help, I can't get a job, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, okay, we're going to have someone call you. Is there anything else I can help you with? And I'm like, this is the suicide hotline, right? Because I got transferred 3 times, so maybe they transferred me somewhere else. Like, no, this is the suicide hotline. And I'm like, no, I guess there's nothing else you can do for me, other than the fact that I'm calling you because I want to commit suicide.
That's ridiculous. That's like when you have like a customer service call and the suicide hotline should not fucking be like that. Because I guarantee you there are people who would kill themselves just because the suicide hotline was not actually helping them.
And I guarantee you, if I was a woman, they would have taken me more seriously.
Oh, they would have broke their neck, bent over backwards. Oh, no, don't do that. I'm saying you got so much to live in life and all that right there.
And people wonder why male suicide rates are higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it sounds like when a guy calls a thing, they're like, okay, go ahead, do it.
Yeah, we're going to put you on hold for like an hour or so, Just
hang on. We got to go check our shovel stock for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was like how Jim said, like a lot of society, basically they expect like the whole man up thing, they just expect guys to like deal with their own problems. But when it comes to women, like everybody has to stop what they're doing to like help them out and their problems and all that right there. And it's like to all those feminists who sit up here and talk about, oh, women can do anything that men can do and things like that. See, it's like things like that's societal thought right there, where it's like anytime a woman, like comes into like a little obstacle or things like that, everybody's got to stop everything that they're doing to try to help out her. That's the reason why I feel like a lot of women really can't be taken seriously in a lot of powerful positions and things like that, because it's like the moment they come into like a little responsibility or they come to a little bit of obstacle right there, everybody has to stop what they're doing in order to help her. Now, if women can get over that little obstacle right there and actually, prove that they can do everything that the boys can do, that will be striving for equality more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some women do that. It's just those lazy ass motherfuckers.
And if I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of for like a happy medium for everybody, where you do your best to deal with your own problems, but if you can get help and if there are people who are willing to help, then that's fine too. I'm not saying everyone should be an island and be on their own no matter what their problems are. I'm just saying start with trying to deal with your problems on your own, and then and then if that fails, then try to get help. And that's regardless of gender.
And if you and it's like if you do need help, you shouldn't have to feel ashamed to ask for help no matter who you are, and everybody's like, oh yeah, we can help you with that.
Yeah.
Here's something that I looked at when the red pill came out and started, it started getting grief coming back from the feminists. Something that I looked at, I did 4 nations, only because I can only understand English. I am that, so privileged that I can only understand English well. All right. That's how privileged, I am. Right. So I did 4 nations: Canada, US, Australia, and UK. 4 nations. All came back the same thing. More hits for women's mental health on government health associations' websites than there were for men, despite the fact that it's men that are putting themselves in the grave more than women. Right? So what the question I'm kind of getting out there is, what's been going on in those healthcare systems for the last 40 years? What has been insisted of them? Is it we should care about all mental health issues, or we should only care about women's mental health issues? And has that manifested this deficit of help for men?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard people talk, and I think Hannah talked about this, that she knew someone who went through some sort of court case, maybe as a witness, and how unfair someone was being towards a man in their mental health. So they went to college to become a therapist to be there for men. But by the time they graduated college, they were very feminist indoctrinated. I mean, it's right at the universities. You go in to be a therapist or a psychologist, you're going to come out a full-blown feminist, that you're going to think that men are the problem automatically.
All right, so I guess since you dragged it back there, I'll get back into my life there a little bit. So I get out of the fucking basket weaving club there after a 2-week stint, and the fucking shrink's going, holy fucking crazy fucking situation here. And I get set up with a shrink, Dr. David there. First question I asked him, and I would urge any fucking man or woman looking for mental health help. This is the question that I would suggest they ask, all right? Ask the therapist, are they a feminist, a masculinist, or somewhere or something in between, an egalitarian in between? If they pick either left or right side of that fucking coin, run like fucking hell.
Yeah.
If they pick the middle ground, then you got something to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of like the MGTOW YouTube content creators are kind of the other side of the coin, kind of the gendered opposite, the mirror of feminism, and like the more extreme cult-like elements of feminism.
I think the key point you said there, Jim, is the content creators. They're the loudest voices. I don't think a lot of them are, I think they're just guys that look at the fucking situation and go, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not risking it. Video games works for me. Rub one out to porn, maybe go out and see a fucking professional girl once in a while, and, they're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where being a MGTOW in and of itself does not necessarily make you like that, and most of them are just going to be kind of laid back about it, like, oh, I'm just not going to go in that direction. But, the content creators who feel like they have to, have this way of defining themselves, almost like a set of ideas, are the ones that are being the most extreme about it. And in so doing, they end up blaming women collectively for the ills of the world in much the same way that feminism often blames men for the ills of the world.
Yeah, and it's sad because of people who are loud like that get listened to the most.
Yeah. The same thing with feminists. Same thing with Big Red. She speaks really loud. Damn. She has a big screechy voice. She gets listened to.
Oh, that was something else about Big Red that I forgot to mention. Okay, so that diatribe that Big Red read out? She speaks out. Okay? All right, now here's something that I don't think I've ever brought. I brought it up, but I don't think it ever gets publicized as much as it should. Okay, that little speech that she reads off, that's Lindy West's, okay? Now, I looked at her Tumblr, and like for weeks before, she's posting on her Tumblr how, Big Red saying, oh, I love Lindy West, I want to bear her children, will she marry me, sort of deal. She's like fucking infatuated by Lindy West, right? Loves her. Fucking broadcasts it all over her Tumblr. So when
Lindy West, that big, I'm not going to disrespect her like that. Go on.
So,
I just want to know, how could she bear her children?
So you'll notice in that video, I ask her where it comes from, and she all of a sudden goes stupid. She always, I don't know, it's just out there. Meanwhile, 2 weeks before, she's, basically, getting down on one knee and fucking broadcasting on the internet fucking how she wants to marry fucking Lindy West. Now, something else about that list, okay? And this is kind of, I don't know if anybody else in the MRM brings this up, but that list, that thing that Lindy West writes, comes out right after the March or the Men's Human Rights Movement March 2013 statement. Okay, and basically it's a response to the issues that we bring up on that in that statement. It's a response to that. All right, so in how all this information kind of gets buried and lost in the shuffle is kind of a little depressing, and I guess it's I find it to be an important part of the story myself. But then again, my view is subjective.
I've been a lot of MGTOW, well, not a lot, a few MGTOW have tried to convince me that I'm a MGTOW because I say that I refuse to get married. So obviously I'm a MGTOW, and I don't feel that I am or I could ever truly be, because, and no offense to any MGTOWs out there, but I feel like being a MGTOW is basically giving up on society, giving up on women. And I mean, Karen and modern Medusa, I have a lot of respect for, and they give me hope that we're moving in the right direction. Now, yeah, things are getting a lot worse, but as the saying goes, things get worse before they get better. And that maybe that all this bad stuff that we're seeing is indication that, within our lifetimes, maybe near the end of my lifetime, things will start getting better. And I have that hope that all of this hard work that we're doing, I mean, we have the fucking Red Pill movie out that was performed by a feminist who ended up changing her viewpoints based on what she found. And this is now a film that we're trying to get played in as many places as possible. Sure, it got banned in Australia twice, but there are many other places that it got played. Berlin, United States, Canada, London. I can't think of all the places it's been played, but it's just so many places.
Karen,
this makes me hopeful.
Yeah. How successful would you say the movie is, Karen? Since I think you're the only one among us who has seen it.
Yeah. What do you mean by how successful it is?
Do you think it will be successful in, pulling coffee shop feminists out of their dream-like belief of what feminism is?
I do think this movie will have a great influence. This movie has really given me so much hope. Feminists also because you may have heard Cassie say that she has put her video diaries in there, and this part of the movie is actually really good because it's her own story in there. Basically, she is a hero of the film. She talks in some interviews about that, the hero's journey, because she portrays her own transformation also. Like every 10-15 minutes, there's a short video clip of her, how she reflects on the issues that she has just learned about and how it's confusing for her because she believed all her life that women were oppressed, and now she's hearing these new things about men's problems that she wasn't even aware of. And I have to say, afterwards, I thought about this bit of the film and I realized that I cannot relate to that because I was never a feminist or I didn't really have a red pill moment in that way because I grew up always knowing that things aren't as they are presented in the media. So I'm coming from the completely opposite direction. But I think she comes from this place of I don't know if I could call it the typical woman, but definitely like the typical American middle-class woman or also British woman who just grows up believing women are oppressed and not being aware of all these men's issues. And the way that she portrays her own journey in the film, I think these kinds of women, these coffee shop feminists, yeah, that's what we call them, I think they can really relate to her. And I think this will really help them actually understand the issues in a much better way than any video by you or Karen Strawn could, because they can't so much relate to Paul or Karen, but they can relate to Cassie, and so I think she's really building a bridge. I would say this is something she's done really well. I think in sort of connect with these people, these coffee shop feminists.
Yeah, I'm kind of of mind that a large portion of feminists are just coffee shop feminists. They do it for the fashion sort of and they've been lulled into that dictionary definition. Okay, and we all know that, you know, what the dictionary definition and what it actually does are, you know, worlds apart. Okay, we're kind of, we know a little bit more because we've kind of actually gone out and done the fact checking. We've investigated. We were skeptical. Some of us a little later on in life than others, unfortunately. As I hang my head in shame with my Santa Claus beard, so I'm you know, I kind of get that the majority of feminists are this kind of made up of coffee shop feminists who find it to be fashionable and they, you know, they want equality, but they're not supporting it because feminism's corrupt as fuck.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it's like it's,
and also what they do, what she does really well in the film, or I mean not what she does, but we already know about that. When the MIAs speak, like there's usually statistics and sources are listed, and it's it's all undermined with facts. Whereas when she interviews the feminists, you can hear that it's not just Big Red that she interviews, but who does she interview? Michael Kimmel, of course, and this other sociologist feminist. And then this one woman from the Ms. magazine and from the Feminist Majority Foundation. Way they talk, you leave the film and you've seen one view, the facts, and one view which is blah blah blah, but women have it hard and we need to support women. And this woman from the Feminist Majority Foundation, she looks sort of respectable in her business clothing and she sits there, but how she talks, it's like she's a relic from the past, really like some dinosaur. She goes, oh, domestic violence, that's just a new word that's invented to really distort the real issue. It should really be called wife beating because that's what it really is. Like, she's not a ridiculous person like Big Red, but the things she says are just ridiculous. And so I think, okay, which side are we taking serious, really?
I'm really glad. Okay, obviously, full disclosure, I think I've given it up before. I was interviewed by Cassie J. I interacted with her and her film crew, and I believe it's her husband. I believe they're married. If I'm wrong that they're married, I'm sorry about that. I don't, no offense intended there. But I met them, interacted with them, and my take from interacting with them maybe 3 or 4 times was that they conducted themselves with integrity and honesty, and they were genuine people who wanted, who were confused and questioning about what the hell was going on here. And I'm really glad that they turned out that way. And you kind of hint that her journey, the journey of the heroes, is nicely woven into that. Do you think that? So you're thinking that's a positive to the documentary rather than a negative?
Cassie's journey, you mean? You mean Cassie's journey?
Yes.
Oh, I think that's a very big positive.
You find it to be a positive rather than a negative in the movie? Like it adds, not takes away from the situation and the issues at hand?
No. It really it adds. I find it very positive.
Great. Yeah. I was handing it to you. That was an easy question.
Well, I have a question for you, Danny.
No. For me, it was interesting because I don't have that background. I've never fought this way that she thinks, and I know that a lot of women coffee shop feminists think this way. So it was interesting for me to see that perspective. But I do really think with that part, she is building bridges between MIs and coffee shop feminists. So when they watch the film, they're not completely alienated by it as if they were watching like just a Warren Farrell thing or Karen Strawn video or Paul Elam video where I would go, ugh. But it's someone that they can relate to.
Cool, thanks.
Because there's this one more thing. Yeah, there's one part in the video that's really made me, in the film, that's really made me think this way also, because she says in one of her video diaries there, she sits on her bed and says that she's so confused about these things, and she thinks that maybe one reason is that when she was studying feminism, when she was learning about feminism, she found it so also easy to accept it because she could relate to the issues, because she had experienced discrimination in the film industry when she was working as an actor, and she felt that people were looking down on her as a woman and not taking her seriously. She said she could relate to the issues, and she says to the men's rights issues she can't really relate because they haven't. And so I'm the complete opposite. I can relate to all the men's rights issues because they have in very many ways affected my life since childhood, since forever, whereas the feminist issues I can't relate at all. I've never in my life felt discriminated as a woman. So it's completely the opposite. But I think a lot of the audience, the coffee shop feminists, when they watch that, they can relate to Cassie, and so they're going on the journey with her. So I think that's really good.
Yeah, like I said, you know what? I was really impressed by them. They are a young couple, and I wish them all the best in their future endeavors.
Well, I have a question for you, Dan. How did you become involved in this project? How was it that they were able to get you for an interview? I mean, were you the least bit suspicious, like, oh, some feminist wants to interview men's rights? Yeah, that's going to be a hit piece.
Well, you know, shit. I've already been through a few hit pieces, so I kind of, you know, I to be honest, I didn't trust them. I recorded my interview with them, and I've held on to it for the last 2-3 years. What do you call it? How did I get involved? Well, obviously the chanty fiasco kind of thrust me and her into the spotlight, and I guess Cassie was doing an interview with Chanty, so she wanted to get the flip side of the coin as well. You know, the other side, which is what I would say is what a responsible and respectable documentary maker does. You get both sides of the coin, and you allow folks to, you know, make up their mind. You present the facts, and you don't present the narrative. You know, kind of the opposite of what feminist documentaries do. Right? They present a narrative, not the facts.
Mm-hmm.
I was supposed to be interviewed in Toronto, and unfortunately something happened where it kind of got canceled. I'm not quite sure why it was canceled in Toronto, but I did get a chance to, but the opportunity presented itself again in Detroit, and so the interview took place in Detroit. Actually, this kind of really fucking sucked. So I was part of the security team in Detroit, right? And I had a security shirt, and I was also the Canadian news director for A Voice for Men at the time. And so I was about to do this interview with Cassie J. I didn't have a fucking A Voice for Men shirt to fucking wear, so I had to run inside and pay for a fucking A Voice for Men shirt out of my own fucking pocket. Just to fucking promote their fucking, you know, their name. So I was kind of like, fuck, hey, come on, pony up the dough here. Come on, hey, I'm your fucking guy in Canada. You best be fucking taking care of me. Fuck. So that was kind of one of the more interesting things there. Detroit was interesting. There wasn't many people. I don't think there's anybody in the chat here that was there. But on the Saturday morning, when we showed up, there was a young, terribly, terribly troubled young man who had showed up the Friday night to the venue. And he had apparently traveled in from Wisconsin to meet up with one of the speakers. And he made it as far as Chicago. And this is what the young man told me. He made it as far as Chicago, and somebody stole his bike in Chicago, and then he busted from Chicago to Detroit. And so he showed up on the Friday night around 7 p.m. The commander at the VFW facility there let the young man, I believe his name was Dylan, stay overnight in the pavilion. So when we showed up the next morning, this young man was sitting there, and the commander of the VFW center there had informed us, you know, that this Dylan person had showed up. And well, I was kind of like, geez, that's, you know, it sounds like the guy's got a bit of a, you know, a drive going on here, traveled all the way in from Wisconsin. So I decided to go on over and just kind of talk to the young man a little bit. It was an interesting conversation, let me tell you. Apparently, he was that guy. And I said, oh, that guy? Is that kind of like your, online name or something? And he goes, no, I'm that guy. Yeah, Fox News is following me around. And my girlfriend has my cell phone chip. And oh yeah, and I've got a knife in my backpack. And I'm just like, oh wow, that's nice, that's cool, yeah. So I went back and I informed Al and I think it was Dean Esme and Paul about the situation. And unfortunately, at the time, we were not. There was just no way we could provide any proper help to this young man. He obviously had some really, really severe mental health issues going on. So what we did is we passed around the hat for the young man. We gave him some food, and we made sure that he could at least get back to Wisconsin. And that story kind of never made it out. I meant to write about it, but I just never. Things happen so fast now in the gender politics thing that if you don't catch it right away, it just kind of there's something else that you got to address right within 5-10 minutes. So yeah, that was an interesting experience there in Detroit. Yeah, I hope the young man got the help he needed. I wish him all the best. But yeah, that was one of the more interesting experience out of Detroit.
I want to interrupt you for just one moment because I want to touch on that fact. Given all the problems that I've faced, I've needed to and I hate doing this, but have to ask for help. And I tried to get my books published. And I first reached out to the writing community, which is predominantly feminist, got no help whatsoever. A few months later, I reached out to the men's movement. I got some help. When I was running the risk of becoming homeless, men's movement came to my aid once again. And very recently, someone started a fund in my name, and the men's movement responded again. And that's the thing I love about the men's movement is they take care of their own.
Well, hold on a minute there, Mad Cat. I'm going to stop you for a minute, all right? I'm going to point out a couple situations here. Gregory Allen Elliott, we supported that man. He needs our support, okay? And he's not asking for money. He's asking for work, all right? So I'm slipping in the plug. Go on over to Gregory Allen Elliott's webpage. He wants work. If you need some Christmas cards designed or something like that, throw the man some work. He doesn't want charity. So I'm urging folks to go out there and if you're going to spend some money this Christmas, why not spend it at Greg's shop? That's what I'm kind of slipping in the plug for. The second one is, there's a gentleman by the name of Chris Montrode. You'll find him on Facebook there. He's an MRA. Lost his house to fire last year. He's in dire straits. That man needs help. I'm not in a position to help these people, okay? I live on Ontario disability, and I'm still $1,000 in debt from this year's suicide walk, okay? Donations didn't come in, and that's the way it is. However, I'll put myself last, go out there and take care of fucking Greg and Chris Montrond if folks are listening and they got a few shekels to spare over this holiday season. Me and Charger will be fine. We don't have to do the fucking walk until, next year's walk is going to be May. Matter of fact, watch out for a special announcement on that. I think I'll make that announcement December 2nd in Toronto because that'll be the biggest venue. I'll make a special announcement on that in Toronto for the viewing of the Red Pill about this next year's suicide awareness walk in Canada here, and at least in Ontario.
Well, a point that I wanted to make with that, though, is that, Anita Sarkeesian has gotten buco's money for basically doing nothing. I mean, yeah, she's put out a few videos that she could have done for nothing.
Yeah, she could have done that for free.
And feminists have just thrown money at her, and yet, when people actually need help, feminists are nowhere to be seen for those people. Even women who need actual help, feminists are nowhere seen. The thing I love about the men's movement is, we can't really help each other, but we try.
The efforts are there.
We try to help each other.
And I'm sure that we could do a fuck of a lot better if we weren't getting lied about by feminists, professional feminists in the media all the time.
Yeah.
Right? I know that we could do a lot better if we weren't getting lied about all the time, right? Yeah, that's we're working on things. We are trying things. You know, we're doing our best with minimal resources. Like fucking, I think Paul said, baling wire and sheer fucking determination. That's pretty much what we've done it for the last I'd say 5 or 6 years. The last year we're starting to get the people seem to be waking up a little bit more to the lies that feminism is spewing out there. Although I'm not, I think that Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils, and I think that that the election down in the States there was a canary in the coal mine. Folks aren't buying feminist lies anymore.
Oh, they're not buying a whole lot of things. That's what they're afraid of. Now it's like, you know, they have just basically doubled down on their insanity in hopes that they can reach back out to those people who they've been lying to all this time. But it's like all those people who they've been lying to all this time are now starting to see them for what they really are. And they're saying, you know what, fuck this.
Well, hey, it used to be, right? It was word of mouth in a newspaper. Now, facts are a QWERTY away. You can fact check within 5 minutes, right? So their lies are easily uncovered.
And I think that is why Hillary lost, because a lot of people could fact check and knew that the media was lying, blatantly lying.
Yeah, they realize the majority of people out there in the world aren't these listening believers.
Yeah, and the funny thing about Trump is, at least, you know, for me, is that the more these kinds of people try to, you know, make him out to be this horrible, like, he's literally Hitler, he's the worst, you know, thing in the world, you know, and you know, it's going to be World War III, and, you know, it's Armageddon, basically. The more they do that shit, the more I like Trump, just because of the stupid people and the ridiculous ways in which they try to criticize him, which, you know, is not...
I don't think he wanted to be president. I think he just wanted to fucking get his name out there and, you know, and market his name and get, you know, and become more profitable. That's all I think he wanted to do.
And you know what? If Bernie Sanders had gotten the Democratic nomination, I don't think he would be the next president.
Nah.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. I still would have voted for Trump because I don't like Bernie, but I think Bernie would have won.
Yeah.
Hey, Bernie. Tried to put a vagina in the White House with lies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Hillary would have been such a damn puppet towards everything.
And it's so funny that she, like, conspired to anoint herself the Democratic nominee because she thought... I feel like she probably thought she was entitled to the presidency. And the way she ran her campaign kind of reflects that. And it's just so funny and poetic that it didn't work.
You mean to tell me the woman whose campaign literally said it's her turn felt entitled to the presidency? Right. You're serious?
Yeah, and like when she was on that show, and she was saying, "Well, if you're voting on the merits, one of my merits is that I'm a woman." No, that's not a fucking merit. You don't know what merit means if you think that's a merit. That's just
that was something that
didn't really count in the election.
That was something that I liked about Carly Fiorina or whatever fuck her name was.
Fiorina.
Yeah, I can never say it for the life of me. But, you know, she's like, you know, vote for me because I'm the qualified person for the job. Yes. Don't vote for me because I'm a woman. And that, I just, like, grew instantly in love with her. Like, I would have her babies, even though she
Really, I don't care who gets in office, whether they stand to pee or squat to pee or even fucking cock their leg to goddamn pee. But they better fucking show integrity, and they better uphold their oaths to the fucking various countries.
Well,
they swear an oath to the fucking Canada, U.S. They swear an oath to the United States. I don't fucking care who gets elected. but they better fucking show integrity and fucking respect their oaths.
Coming back to make potatoes.
I definitely agree with that, but I wanted to just get in there and say that they have that thing now where women can stand up to pee.
Yeah.
Because it's like a little funnel. It's like a little funnel that they put over their vagina, and then they can keep standing up now.
I've seen that shit by the idiots on. I've seen that shit by the idiots of BuzzFeed right there. Like I said, honestly, it looks like one of those little oil funnel things that you can freaking.
Hashtag piss for equality. That was
It kind of looks like a beer bong, so make sure you wash out your beer bong just in case.
So what you're saying is now the golden shower all over the flowers wherever they damn well please.
Well, some people are into that. So, I don't judge.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing that you were saying about with Trump being elected right here, now you got all the nut jobs who are sitting out here trying to make him out to this racist, sexist, misogynist, all that whoop they spew right there, like Lacey Green, Criley J, and all them motherfuckers out there, Anita Sarkeesian, boneheaded ass as well. I'm thinking like the only reason why they're doing that is because they're afraid, and what they're afraid of is like all the things that they were planning on doing and. Bringing out there had Hillary Clinton had got into office, can you imagine when like 8 years old Obama, man, you see how black people act, ignorant fool. So can you imagine how feminists would have acted if Hillary Clinton would have gotten into office? Oh, they would have went buck ass crazy. But now with Trump in a position of things like that, they're afraid that everything that they had planned on doing, if Hillary got in office, they're afraid that shit's gonna come back on them. And if it does, I told them that's karma, because your evil ass mind right there. Then the way that these radical ass feminists and these crazy ass motherfuckers think, like, if Hillary's in, if she's in control, we're gonna stick it to the man and we're gonna do all this and we're gonna do all that. They're afraid that shit's gonna come back on them tenfold.
Yeah. I think that's why Jill Stein is raising money for a recount.
Yeah, Jill Stein, I heard about that one. But wasn't it ironic how they were the feminists were so quick to go after Donald Trump when he said, and I quote here, they let being consent.
Yeah, they didn't hear that part. They just heard grab by the pussy. And they're like, oh my God, sexual assault. But did you miss the part where he said, and they let you do it?
But they completely fucking ignored how Hillary sat there when Bill was in office and the allegations against him were fucking in play. They completely ignored how fucking Hillary turned her back on the sisterhood.
Man.
No, she did a lot worse than turn her back on the sisterhood.
I know that one. I think the woman's name is Broderick or something like that.
She pretty much threatened women not to say anything about Bill Clinton. It's like she went full psycho. She went full retard on women. Like, you don't dare talk about my husband. I'll fucking kill you. I don't think she ever threatened someone with death, but she fucking threatened these women.
Yeah, because she was the first lady. She didn't want to. She wanted to get that position up. She's like, woman, I'm the first lady in the motherfucking White House. You think I'm gonna fuck this up just because my husband raped you?
You know what? Maybe she's a victim. Maybe she's a victim of the patriarchy, and it was Slick Willie pushing her into the White House there because he wanted another taste of the interns.
I'm still convinced that Bill Clinton was a cuck, and Monica Lewinsky and Hillary Clinton were the ones having sex.
That story is definitely funnier. But I wanted to say, because Pat, you reminded me of something before when you were talking about like these SJWs being afraid, because there's this fear mongering going on where they'll be like, oh, well, LGBT people are afraid, and minorities are afraid, little Mexican children are afraid that their parents are going to get deported.
Yeah. Muslims are afraid.
And I'm listening to all this, and I'm going, fear is not an argument, because fear is entirely subjective. Like, I could be scared that I'm gonna walk out of my house tomorrow and get burned alive by a dragon, but that doesn't fucking mean dragons exist. Like, if you're gonna try to use fear as an argument, at least show a legitimate reason why there's fear. Like, present facts that motivate said fear.
Yeah, prevent facts and not their little fifis.
Well, you know, I'm terrified of sharks in Arizona, Oklahoma.
Hey, you don't joke about sharks in Arizona. I'm from Arizona. We had the land sharks, a soccer team.
Wyoming terrifies me for sharks. You know, there's a huge population there. I hear. Feminism told me that, so I listened and believed.
Well, I'm scared of getting killed. I'm scared of getting killed by a sharknado. So that's
Well, at least y'all have the land sharks. Down here in Texas, we got the land whales.
Oh God, that's even worse.
Oh, is that spelled WHALE or WAIL?
I thought everything was. I thought bigger was better, and everything's bigger in Texas.
Yeah, everything is big in Texas.
Especially the whales.
All my exes come from Texas.
I don't know. There are a few big ladies in up here and things like that, and they are drop dead gorgeous. But there are some here that are like, God damn.
I just saw something on Twitter. This is off topic, but it says you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh damn. Oh.
Let me guess. Tweeted by the grassy knoll.
It was retweeted by Justicar, who I follow, and it's got the hashtag Trudeau eulogies attached to it.
Yeah. Fucking you guys down in the States should thank your lucky stars Hitler didn't get in.
Yeah.
Because then her and PM Zoolander would have North America locked up.
PM Zoolander.
Well, we don't
all he does is smile for the fucking camera. Doesn't do much for the fucking doesn't do much for Canada. Fuck, you take a look at what happened when the Alberta wildfires were going on. What was he doing? Man, fucking no, I wish you the best. Meanwhile, fucking, and I'll say this, hats off to Trump. When disasters were happening down in the States, he was in the fucking front lines in the trenches. There's a couple
actually
that will fucking help out.
Actually, there's a legitimate reason why Obama was not there. And this was explained, and I want to give credit where it's due. Because if the president was there,
I said PM Zoolander, Alberta, man, come on.
I understand what you said, but you also said that Trump was in the front lines.
Yeah, I was
for the disaster that happened in America. Trump was there in the front lines, which makes sense. But the flip side is that Obama wasn't. There was a legitimate reason why Obama wasn't there, because if it actually would have hurt things.
Well, I'm not pointing to Obama.
Okay.
I'm pointing to Trump, right? The difference between the two leaders we got right now. Well, if Trump gets the electorate, which I don't see why he wouldn't, but the two leaders we got kind of right now is PM Zoolander in the north and Trump down in the south there in the United States. If things had gone differently, we would have two feminist fucking leaders sewing up the whole fucking North America. There's a scary thought for you.
Yeah.
And that would spell disaster, especially if somebody, ever decide to come and attack one of us.
Now, you want to see what I figure would have happened if Hillary had gotten in? Look at the video of me fucking confronting the protesters out in front of at the Ghomeshi trial there. I rattle off a few different situations. What I figure would have happened if Hillary had gotten in? We'd see lynch mob justice going on across United States in regards to men being accused of a crime by a woman. We would see lynch mob justice. That man would have no defense. And in that Ghomeshi video, I actually bring up, I think it's Emmett Till. or the Scottsboro boys there, where it's a listen and believe mentality that guided the legal system. And it's absolutely fucking terrifying and horseshit. And that Ghomeshi trial, that was the most bizarre fucking thing. Ghomeshi is not a white man. And yet when I walked out, I seen Black Lives Matter basically calling for a non-white man to be convicted on, at best, fucking discredited fucking testimony.
I still don't get Black Lives Matter in Canada. I'm like, what is their fucking purpose there other than to be racist motherfuckers? Because I don't see no black race issues up there in Canada, really.
Let's see, Canada, England, it's in there. I'm trying to think there's one in Japan. Japan. And you know what? You know the day they protest it? This is really fucked up. I'm a guy who usually, you have to say, okay, that's going a little bit out of line. They protested the day of the Nagasaki bombings.
I'll tell you something about Black Lives Matter here in Canada. One of the girls involved in it, she tweeted out something about, please Allah, stop me from killing a white man or whitey today.
Yourself, that racist bitch right there, man. It's like the only thing I've seen Black Lives Matter do in Canada and things like that is take over anything that's LGBT, related to things like that. Like for instance, that mural of Valen, Black Lives Matter took that over. The Pride Parade, Black Lives Matter took that over.
Because I was in the Pride Parade.
Yeah. And then, like I said, this thing that happened not too long ago in Toronto, Canada, what Jordan Peterson didn't want to call, transgenders by their pronouns and things like that, and now they're all butthurt. Which I heard that bill got passed, by the way, which sounds kind of fucked up.
Not law
Who
yet.
was there?
Not law yet.
Who was there? Black Lives Matter. In that Yusuf, I'm saying, what does Black Lives Matter have to do? Nothing. All they do is come and just attach themselves to anything LGBT wise, just to like push that Black Lives Matter narrative.
So let me tell you about Gay Pride, Toronto Pride this year. I timed my suicide awareness walk for the Pride event this year, the Pride Parade this year in Toronto, because PM Zoolander was going to be there. What that meant, huge foot traffic crowds, right? So there I was putting up, men matter. They're almost 80% of, all suicides, blah, 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 right? Right there in a concentrated foot traffic area where that message will reach thousands on that weekend, right? So I apparently, allegedly, I can't march in the Toronto Pride Parade because I'm an MRA and they banned MRAs, but what they don't seem to realize is I might be a little bit of a legal buff, and I know how to invoke my rights under Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the right to express myself, and I invoked my rights to march in that parade. And it was kind of funny because when they seen me with my sign, the Pride person came up and go, "What group are you with?" And I just turned around and pointed to my back, and she texted something on her fucking phone, and then she looked up at me, and then she looked down at her phone, and she fucking literally just backed the fuck away from me. Like it was almost like she don't fuck with this guy because he will record you and he will fuck your shit up. Don't say a goddamn thing. So and who I was walking with, and this is fucking, I love this woman. Her name is Jenna. She's a trans woman, and she's actually in a wheelchair. She was attacked because she was a trans woman, and she supports men's human rights. Okay, so her and I marched in the Gay Pride, parade together for men's rights. Okay, we marched in protest. So the parade, and we marched right behind the liberals. It was fucking awesome. I was right there in the thick of the fucking right there, and they couldn't do a goddamn thing about it. So the parade goes, and it gets held up hostage by Black Lives Matter, right? And I don't know what's going on because I'm back. I don't know, I'm at the back. I'm right in behind the Liberal Party section. I'm right behind them because I'm catching the Liberal Party politicians as they're coming off, and I'm telling them about this male suicide situation. So the Black Lives Matter holds the parade hostage, and I also know that let me say a couple things here. I've butted heads with the police quite a bit, and I have no problems butting heads with them again. But on the suicide issue, we are on the same page, 100% agreement. We need to do something. All right, the male suicide situation is nasty. All right, so we're in agreement 100%. I'm also well aware of the fact that first responders are offing themselves at deplorable fucking rates, and it's been happening for a long time. And finally, the Ontario government got off their asses and decided to do something about it. By the way, how about the rest of the guys out there, right? Mm. Kathleen Wynne. So anyways, as the parade is progressing at all the fucking streets where they've got it blocked off, I turn around and I show them my sign on my back that says almost 77% of all suicides are men in Canada, men matter, blah, blah, blah. I thank them for their service, and I hand them a sticker with the message men matter, and I carry on. And I don't know what Black Lives Matter has done at the end of the day, right? Until I get home or, kind of done for the day of my activism, and I start checking out the news and I realize what they've done. And so, while they went along and disrespected every fucking police officer along the way, here I was, the MRA, coming in behind them, showing respect to the police officers. So that was kind of funny. So after that, I found out that, what exactly had happened. Monday, which was the day after the parade, I went down to the Central Police Station in Toronto there, and I talked to Chief Saunders, and I said it was a goddamn fucking horseshit thing that they did. That's not the area to bring up those issues. They wish to bring them up outside of there. We're here to fucking say, hey, no discrimination, fuck off, right? And basically shake his hand. Chief Saunders just happens to be a black man running the fucking Toronto Police Services, says, you keep on doing what you're doing, Dan. So it was an interesting experience again.
By the way, Andrew has joined us, so.
Hi, Andrew. Love the shirt.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like they did it for the attention, really.
Okay.
That's all they do. And here's something else. Okay, so 2015, I did a 9-day hunger strike out in front of Queen's Park for, male domestic violence and raise awareness about male suicide. Kathleen Wynne sat there 9 fucking days watching me waste away. Didn't lift a goddamn finger. Black Lives Matter got an answer from Kathleen Wynne in fucking 3 hours, 4 hours. She came out and started talking to them. But that patriarchy doesn't treat us all so well.
Was there something you wanted to say, Andrew?
No, she just wanted me to say hey.
You just woke up, yeah.
Well, I wanted to say is that, what happened with in Toronto was pretty much the same thing that happened in Orlando after the gay shooting down there. Black Lives Matter comes out and it's like, I'm surprised that there's no black people here. I'm oppressed. And it's like, there was a fucking shooting. This is
that dumbass
bring up racism.
That dumbass in Mizzou.
You know what was really?
Was it that
I lost so much respect for feminists. When that happened, they were like praying for it to be a white shooter, and I'm just like, you fucking pieces of shit. Who we got 50 fucking people that just died, and you're praying that it's a white shooter? Fucking rotten hell.
Well, look at what happened with Hombre or whatever the fuck his name is, the gorilla. Everyone assumed it was a white kid that was down there.
No, don't mention Harambe in front of Jim.
At this point, I just kind of sigh and go, yeah, now everyone's like, oh, you're a gorilla, that means you're Harambe. That means you're Harambe. Fuck's sake, I had my YouTube channel before that shit happened, and I was trying to eke out my own identity as an anti-feminist, YouTuber of sorts, skeptic YouTuber. But, apparently as soon as that happened, everything is just Harambe, Harambe, Harambe. I'm like,
But anyways, they assumed it was a white kid, and they're criticizing white people. It's like, you don't know how to keep your eye on a kid. But the moment it was a black person, suddenly it became racist that a gorilla was shot. That it was just proof that white people want to kill black people because they shot a gorilla.
And I do want to clarify something because apparently it's a thing where it's considered extremely racist to call a black person an ape. I got news for you, humans. We're all apes. all of us, gorillas like me, and humans such as yourselves, and that's regardless of skin color. It's more of a species and family thing.
99.9% compatible.
We've got the same amount
not
of
with
hair
gorillas,
follicles,
so
as I understand
more
it.
related to primates.
Yeah, we've got the same number of hair follicles on humans and apes. It's just that our hair doesn't grow as long in the same places, sort of deal.
Yeah, ours definitely grows more and thicker. I think maybe. Yeah.
That sounds that makes me moist.
So
this news pleases me.
Huh? Wait, huh? What? Huh?
It pleases me to please you.
It's just with the way feminism has been going on lately, especially with the loud ass radical extreme feminists right there. It's like it just makes you wonder, like, do any of them have any common sense? I know there are a few feminists out there who actually can see both sides of the coin, but they're overshadowed because of all these crazy ass motherfuckers who have all these social platforms that be out there, butt ass naked talking about it. We're for equality and all that bullshit right there. It's like you can't see like the good side of feminists or the ones that really actually want to fight for the equality.
Come on, you don't
because of the
golden opportunity here. I'm sorry, but Jim, you got a chance here. It made her moist, so serenade her. On my way to my wife, exchanging semen. Gorillas in my wife.
What's that one song? What I got for ya? I promise it's a killer. You'll be banging on my chest. Bang, bang, gorilla.
Oh my god. Everybody start singing.
Wait.
You don't want that, believe me.
Wait, Mad Cat, Medusa. Check both of your DMs. I sent you something I think you both might like. It's related to the Taboo eulogy.
Should check your messages on Twitter because I sent you a picture.
A picture?
Yeah.
You sent a picture of your thing?
Oh.
You can show it to everyone if you want to.
I don't know if I can screen share. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Your boyfriend likes Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles there. I'm not quite 100% sure.
Dude, he has Ninja Turtle pants and a Ninja Turtle shirt. I got these for him.
Oh, I'm loving that. As soon as that comes in, I'm gonna wear this when I do your shout out.
And
I'm excited.
what exactly is wrong with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
At all.
Hey, I like
nothing.
I grew up on the Turtles.
I just found an app. I just found an app on my Xbox store that's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles HD, and it's free for children for people 3 and up. It's every old school Ninja Turtle cartoon, every single one of them.
Nice.
For free. And
it's on the Xbox store?
The ads on it, you just put $6.99 a year. Or just zoom in on the computer so you don't see the ads. That's what I do.
That was a truly men's rights cartoon because it predominantly featured men and just one annoying woman.
Well, there was April and there was also Irma.
2 annoying women.
I didn't know that there were ladies in it.
You didn't know there were women in Ninja Turtles? Oh yeah, I forget. 21.
No.
Sorry.
Do they ever find love with lady turtles?
Well, not necessarily in the context of the show, but you know the rule. You know, Rule 34 of the internet.
Yeah.
It's that.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's that. There's plenty of it. I've seen.
Yeah. Turtle porn.
Yeah, I grew up with it. For fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
Seriously.
You grew up with Ninja Turtles porn?
Snapper turtles used to come up on my front lawn to lay their egg.
Oh my god, I love turtles.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
one thing I ain't
these
gonna.
are
Now that I'm at the beach.
nasty. You ever fucking got your finger near the front end of one and you'd fucking lose your finger.
Oh no.
Snapper turtles. Like
I watched some sea turtles at the beach one time. Now that I'm in North Carolina, up by where he lives, it's pretty neat. I helped them get to shore.
Yeah, these snapper turtles, they're not exactly nice. They're like the feminists of the fucking animal world.
Oh.
Turtle feminists.
Well, you know, there was one live action show that made a female turtle.
Yep, next mutation.
Oh, that. Oh, the less said about that,
saw,
the better.
like, videos of it. I never actually saw the show.
Yeah.
Sounds like I would have been happy never seeing that.
Yeah, and the one thing I always tripped up about the show, but they never did in the movies, man. They never made Irma. I'm like, what? Like, I thought Irma was cute, man, with her little glasses and her sweater and all this shit right there. I think she would have made an actual good character on the movies.
And you know, she must have had really great boobies. Why else did she hide them under that thick sweater?
So she wouldn't show up. So she wouldn't show up April. All she had was that was that yellow whatever the hell that was.
Jumpsuit.
Yeah, that yellow jumpsuit. Yellow jumpsuit and red hair. But Irma, man, she had little glasses.
Right here.
On kind of that same vein there, don't you think that feminists would show true empowerment by creating their own characters instead of trying to male characters into make them
Because
females?
Because
they're too fucking lazy and uncreative to do that.
Thank you. That's exactly what it is right there. They're just too fucking lazy.
Yeah.
There's a second reason. Yes, they are lazy. That's obvious. But the second reason is they're trying to tap in to the established fan base. It's like, you like Thor? Check out female Thor. Because they assume people like comic books enough, they'll just buy it anyways. And nope, they didn't.
So what?
You like Thor? Well, here's the feminist Thor, Thorazine.
That's like saying if you like Laura Croft, here's male Laura Croft, or if you like male Tifa Lockhart, here's male. Here's male Tifa Lockhart and all that right there.
They made a male Lara Croft. His name is Nathan Drake, I believe. Uncharted.
Oh, the Uncharted.
I thought it was Indiana Jones.
Well, that too. I mean, Indiana Jones, I believe, came first, and then Lara Croft was inspired by that, and then Nathan Drake was inspired by the previous two.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be a trip though if you take all these well-established female characters that from the past and things like that, and you made them male? Like, for instance, if you took like Sigourney Weaver in Aliens and you turned her male, or if you take like any of those great ass women who have paved the way for these many women today and actors and all this stuff right there, and you made a male version of them, you don't think those feminists will go batshit crazy?
Oh, they would.
Because their offense only goes one way. It's like with race changing. Like when they make, a character that has previously been generally portrayed as white, and they make him or her suddenly like black or, whatever. Like most people don't care. Like there's very little, if any, real outrage about that. Mostly, if there is, it's just by purists of that particular character or that particular thing. But when it's a character that was non-white and they have the character played by a white actor, all of a sudden it's whitewashing and it's it's so offensive and oppressing to minorities.
I will admit, when Sony Picture announced that their new Spider-Man was going to have a black Mary Jane, I could care less about her race. I only cared about one thing. Did she have red hair? Because to me, Mary Jane has red hair. If she's black, give me the red hair. And people criticize me. It's like, well, if race is not a big issue for you, then why is the hair a big issue?
Because that's what made Mary Jane.
Character.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely an iconic look for the character.
It's Marvel, not Sony.
But me, I generally don't give a shit. Like, what was it? Like, I watched the TV show The Flash, and Iris and Joe West are black on that, and I don't think they were previously, like in the comics.
No, Iris is redhead, and Joe never really appeared that much in the books, though.
But yeah, I think it works fine. Like, the actors are good. Like, that's what I care about, is do they get the characters right, and do they portray them in an interesting and engaging way that makes you care about them.
Well, just like Battlestar Galactica, Starbuck and Boomer were originally males on the original TV series. In fact, Boomer was a black man and replaced by an Asian.
Those both sound like very male names.
Yeah.
Starbuck.
And
Like,
Boomer.
you're telling me they changed them to women characters?
Yeah.
Fuck. That sounds like the gayest thing I've ever heard. No offense.
Sounds like coffee.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I'll give another example. In the in DC, one of the big things they're doing for the new Green Lantern film, people are wondering about, the placement of Kyle Rayner, or it's essentially saying, okay, to differentiate everyone, let's make Kyle actually be played by an actual Mexican character, and literally nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because you have the white Catholic Jew, you have the black guy, you have the redhead Irish guy from Baltimore, and then you have the Mexican guy, and it's like, okay, yeah, because as long as Kyle's the artist who draws things and pretty much acts like the nerd, we don't really care if he's played by a Mexican.
Yeah, like as long as, like, because I think that would work better in a Green Lantern movie, to have like multiple human Green Lanterns instead of focusing on Hal Jordan. And also, they need to make it less shit than the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie was.
Oh, come on, but the Spark Cloud was so amazing.
I mean, there were some parts about that movie that were okay. I liked Mark Strong as Sinestro, and how they were building him up to be the villain for the like sequel that never got made. And there were some moments that were okay, but I mean, for the most part, that movie was terrible. And the Parallax was just a terrible villain.
One of the biggest villains in that franchise, and he got defeated within the first movie.
I'd like to see more female villains.
Me too. I'll be a female villain.
Yeah, but you know the big problem with that.
They'll be like, "Oh, you're representing women as evil," and
No, not that. If you beat them, then that's literally gonna be promoting violence towards women.
But they want to have all these. But they want to have all these female heroines where they're just demolishing men left and right. Like I'm saying, like Black Widow is a freaking like.
Have her get the shit beat out of her by another woman.
Yeah, that's why a lot of
Black Widow is a woman convicted of fucking poisoning one ex-husband and trying to poison fucking another one in Nova Scotia, Canada. She was just recently released, as I understand it, and she's already breaking her fucking bail conditions.
Well, and this is a point that I often make to people, especially with the Oscar so white bullshit, is that the reason why the majority of major characters in film are white men, because you can do whatever you want to a white man and no one will call you racist, sexist, homophobic, any bigoted term for doing shit to a white man. But any other race, minority, or gender.
Hasn't those feminists ever watched fucking Sesame Street? Fucking Oscar's green. Fucking colorblind idiots.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason why I like Suicide Squad, because they feature both a male and a female villain. You know, like with Enchantress.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that movie.
Yeah.
But Pat,
there were problems with that movie, but yeah.
I mean, it was weird. It was different. I liked Heath Ledger's Joker out of everything. You know, it was enjoyable.
Caesar Romero.
Jack Nicklaus was the best Joker.
No, Caesar Romero.
No, Mark Hamill.
Oh no.
Mark
I
Hamill.
like him, but I just love Heath Ledger.
Mark Hamill was a voiceover.
I find him very sexy.
Yeah, but he's still the Joker.
Well,
it's not like, live action is the only kind of Joker. My favorite live action Joker is still Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
I love Heath Ledger's performance. I'm not like, it was a different take on the character for me. It was still good. It was just different from the way I would do it.
If he did Joker before he did Brokeback Mountain, that would have helped out.
Yeah. I never saw Brokeback Mountain before I saw.
Man, I think I went like 5 minutes into it, and I'm like, nah, I can't do it.
I watched it with my mother.
Me too.
Yeah, but I'm a dude.
That's the first time I saw it. But you know what's funny? The movie place gave us the wrong DVD. We rented like a horror movie, and they gave us Brokeback Mountain. And we were like,
are they trying to say something?
I just want to watch it. And my mom thought it was gross, but like, I mean, I'm into gay stuff, so it's cool. I like it.
It got you moist?
Two men kissing gets Medusa moist.
Yep.
She must have liked it.
Hey,
that's a fantasy I can't fulfill.
Banned. You know that, eh? Moist?
Wait, what?
Feminists want that word banned as well.
Moist. And that what I'm saying. That would ruin Omega. He's known for the moistness.
But fat.
You say fat or Pat?
Pat.
Yo.
One thing I think you will say, the new Thor movie, the main villain will be Loki's daughter, Hal. So, who knows? Maybe we'll see Thor punch her in the face.
I seriously doubt, but it's like, man.
Well, maybe her or the Hulk, because I mean that movie's gonna be have 4 main characters in it. So.
But I'm just saying, if feminists going to call for equality, man, they shouldn't just like cherry pick certain places. I'm like, if you're going to call for it, man, call for it all and everything, man. Not just what benefits you.
Right, and that's the ultimate problem, is that they want all the privilege without the consequence. And the consequence is part of the equality.
Yeah, like it's unrealistic to expect like, oh, well, women aren't allowed to be killed in movies or TV shows, or, minorities or, gay people aren't allowed to be killed in movies or TV shows. It's like, newsflash, people get killed in real life regardless of what their race or gender or sexuality is. So
exactly,
if you want art to imitate life, you gotta have those characters die too.
Mm-hmm.
Walking Dead has had that issue. Whenever they killed off the gay character, I haven't actually watched the show yet, but whenever they killed off a gay character, so much news media like BuzzFeed and Vice were like, oh, they just hate women and they're misogynistic and they're homophobic. And it's like, if I understand correctly, they kill everyone on that show.
Yeah, like Game of
That
Thrones.
was the same way American Horror Story. I was like, literally everybody dies by the end of the show. They all die.
Well, the way American Horror Story works is that when a character dies on that show, it doesn't even matter because they just come back.
Yeah, they're all ghosts.
As if nothing happened. Oh, they're a ghost, but they look exactly the same. It's like, oh, there was a point to that character dying. Oh, wait, there wasn't.
I love it though.
It's thing. It's like, you know, that it's like they're trying to protect these. They're trying to protect these people from the, you know, like from the truth and things like that. And it's like, hell, you know, like, damn, I forgot my thought right there. I'll come back in a moment.
So basically, we had Medusa admitting she's kind of like the flip side of the guy's fantasy of two women.
Yeah.
But
you would represent most women in that. I've heard a lot of women talk about that.
So, in other words, Medusa, forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I hate to press you and kind of point out that, my God, you're almost like a guy, like, you know, kind of equal to what a guy, you know, kind of guys having sexual fantasies. Oh, hey, stop that! I see the way you're looking at the camera. Stop fucking undressing me. Did you get consent for that?
Equality.
Wait, guys. Check your TMs because I'm showing you the main villain for the new Thor movie, and well, let's just say it's gonna be interesting.
But I do want to say,
like it better.
I do want to say the fantasy goes for girls and guys. So 2 girls, 2 guys, guy and a girl, all the way. Oh, always, whatever the fuck.
So what you're saying is you're not heterosexual, you're not bisexual, you're trisexual. Try it at least once.
Yeah, let's go with that.
You're triceratops.
Oh
wait, do or try not, do or do not. There is no try.
Oh, okay. I'm dusexual.
I don't know what it is, but I want to bang this chick.
Well, the one I'm showing you?
Which chick?
Yeah.
Are you talking about me?
Well,
That's
you
the
know,
new-
we are
that's the villain
friends,
from the-
so of course I want to
That's
bang
the-
you, but let me turn the screen here on.
Like I said, that's the new villain for the Thor movie.
You see
Other
this?
shit.
I'm like in love, you know, just how her uniform really bonds to her skin and the high heel that she has.
I like the way that her outfit like leaves breathing room in like the upper body area. I like that part of it. I think that this character should be played by modern Medusa.
I agree.
Yeah.
That would be very cool. Who is she?
Well, actually, ironically, you guys seen the Lord of the Rings movie? You know that female elf?
Oh,
played by Liv Tyler.
Liv Tyler.
Yeah.
Hey, let's hear
Liv.
it. Hey, let's hear it. Steve Tyler's lips finally look good on somebody.
wait, Liv Tyler? She was already in a Marvel movie. She was the love interest in the Hulk movie with Ed Norton.
Oh, she was?
Yeah, she was. Was it Betsy Ross?
The general's daughter.
Yeah, I never saw that Hulk film. I only saw the first one.
What?
Someone named.
Like when they changed actors for Bruce Banner, did they also change continuity?
Kind of.
Yeah. Incredible Hulk, Ed Norton, Liv Tyler.
Huh.
I don't know, but I
I
think
didn't realize that she was
Liv
already in a
is
film.
hot freaking
Betty Ross.
woman.
Betty Ross. I think Betsy Ross was the flag chick. The one who made- Betty Ross, yeah. Weird. I mean, unless they go with the story that somehow Betty Ross became that villain, that would be interesting.
They just go with the whole she possessed her.
But you know, Captain America was originally Johnny Storm, so I mean.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't in the MCU. That was in the Fox, Fantastic Four,
X-Men universe.
2 movies that.
And they really need to stop remaking that right there, man.
Yeah, Fox needs to give the Fantastic Four rights back to Marvel because it's clear that they don't really give a shit about it. They're just making Fantastic Four movies whenever they have to in order to hold on to the rights.
Oh, you're reading this all wrong here, okay? You're reading this all wrong. They absolutely love the Fantastic Four because it's fantastic for money.
Well, not after that last one.
Mm.
Well, it's because we're all misogynistic racists for not liking it. Because they had a black thing.
Yeah, just like if we was racist and sexist and for not watching Ghostbusters. Like, no, we didn't watch it because that shit was horrible.
And meh, there was it was really fucking just like, oh, so bad. Like I watched it, like I literally watched it, and I was just like, oh, this is like cringeworthy. The jokes are falling flat, and like really just like, oh my god. No wonder you're making such a big brouhaha out of it and trying to slide the fucking trash heap that you created off on fucking misogyny and the patriarchy.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I probably will just for the sake of the cringe and, you know, maybe I might make a review out of it and tear it to shreds.
The only thing they did better was the special effects. That's it.
Well, yeah, well, that's a natural consequence of it being made decades later. Like,
so it wasn't really
special effects have gotten better.
All, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
And
that's why
I want to get back to Karen there. Karen, what was the one story in the movie that you felt hit home the most? And how does that apply to the 45 fucking tickets that need to be sold in the city of brotherly love?
Right?
I think there's two things really that I found personally, affected me most personally. One thing is that Paul is so positively, or I mean just honestly portrayed in the film, because I'm so used to just seeing him in the media being really demonized, and he's really given, he's sort of person that he is, and he basically he has quite a big part in the film, and he's again and again there and says his parts, and which is really good. And then the parts on domestic violence, there was a lot of stuff that I could relate to from my childhood. Yes, there is someone, I don't remember his name, he's talking about a friend of his who's leaving the house whenever his wife or girlfriend is raging, just so that he can't be accused of anything.
I believe that's Fred Hayward's part there, where he says that the police officer took him aside and said, if she so much as breaks the nail hitting you, you're still going to jail.
Stuff by heart. No, that's not the one, but he has he has quite a big part in the film actually, and his is really is a very touching story. And I was really happy to find out that he's reunited with his son now, because in the film his story ends with that he's not seeing his son anymore because he stopped the legal battle. He spent his first few years with him, and then from early teenage time then he gave up, but now they're reunited and they actually came together to the premiere. You know, I would really encourage everyone and anyone to see the film. I think everyone who isn't going is really losing out on something.
I know a guy right now. He's reached out to me on Facebook, and he's going through that parental alienation thing. He's been going through it for a while. Health problems have kind of affected his situation, and he has let me know that he has thought about becoming a statistic himself. And then he had a heart attack, and now he thinks about whether or not he'll go to the hospital the next time he feels the symptoms of a heart attack. He doesn't want his child to know, or he doesn't want his child to grow up with the stigma of him killing himself. But he is at the point where he has been screwed over so badly that he does think about it. Now, and I really hope the guy does take steps forward instead of giving up the fight. But now he's at a point where he's had one heart attack and he's ready to just let the next heart attack not go to the hospital and let it run its course, which is I have problems fucking talking to the man. I want to help, but he doesn't want to seem to want that help. I think he's been beaten down so fucking badly by a corrupt system, and that corrupt system has abused his kids, because it's not a parent's right to their kids, it's the kid's right to both parents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that we really need to get a lot more excuse me, a lot more focus on the male suicide issue. And I know that you've talked a lot about it, Dan, but we really need to just keep talking about it until the powers that be take it more seriously and put more dollars into it, more money into the research of it. It's like, why are men doing this? And
all right, well, I'm gonna say a couple more words here. Okay, for some people, there's a chemical imbalance. They got a bad roll of the genetic dice. Okay, that's a certain percentage, and I'm not willing to say how much of that percentage is. There's a lot more reading that I would have to do up on it to really come to an educated conclusion on my part. However, I do know that if you look at, I think it's the 2014 coroner's reports on domestic violence, mortalities, murders, all right, you will see that I think it's 59% of those men who went off the deep end and did god-awful things were suffering from depression. And I have to ask myself is, what the question I have to ask, and I find myself asking, is of that 59%, how much of that depression is caused by an unjust legal system robbing a man of his home and robbing the children of him, or robbing that man of that sacred bond between parent and child?
Mm-hmm.
How much of that percentage, of that 60% of those individuals who went off the deep end and did god-awful, horrible fucking things, all right? The numbers are there. It's about 60% of them had a mental issue going on. Now, was that situational or was it, pre-existing? I don't know, but I'd sure as fuck like the answer, because we're talking about human lives here. We're talking about kids. We're talking about brothers, mothers and fathers, all right? And regardless on whether it's the perp or the victim, both of them had family members, an extended family. At one point in time, there was love there. But what the fuck has gone on?
Mm-hmm.
well, a further point that I wanted to make on what I was saying, though, is another problem that we're encountering is like, I try to reach out to friends and family to talk to. And because the idea of men being depressed or men needing help or even men committing suicide is such a taboo subject in pretty much the world, that people are ill prepared on how to handle that when someone comes to them and says they feel really depressed, they feel like killing themselves for whatever reasons they have. Now, I'm not suicidal now. Every now and then the thought comes to me, but I do get really depressed. I do get really down. And when I do try to reach out to my friends, they just they don't know how to be there for me at all. But if it's a woman, and I don't fault them for this, this is just how our society has become, is that if a woman comes to them and says, I feel really bad, everyone just trips over themselves and wants to help this person out and wants to tell them all these positive things. But a man comes to them, they don't know what to do. And this is why we need to raise more awareness about this issue, not only to help these men, but to give people the tools and resources on how to handle this when their friends, their lovers, their brothers, their fathers come to them needing help, and not just giving them a cliched answer or telling them to man up, but to actually say something that can help them a little bit more.
On Thursday night, I was at an event called Beards of Steel. Can I slip in the plug that, hey, it's Movember, right? Hey, guys, everybody knows about the prostate cancer one. Let's slip in the plug. Don't be a punk. Check your junk. Give your fucking nutsack a little feel. Fucking make sure the balls ain't got lumps on them, right? Let's not forget that cancer, male-specific cancer. However,
no.
I was at an event called
do that all the time.
Steel here in Hamilton, and they had no one to talk about men's mental health issues. And so I got up and said a few words at the mic there, spit out, all the numbers that I know off the top of my head, which includes that in Hamilton alone in 2014, there was 53 suicides. That is more than murder and car accidents, car fatalities put together. You do the math, about 76, 77%, that ticks out to about 40 to 41 men who off themselves in my local alone. All right. So I put out those numbers, and, I did a little talk about, the fact that there's a deficit in health for men with mental health issues in regards to that. I kept it very, very pretty vague and stuff. There were people who came up to me afterwards who had lost male family members to suicide. And I got to say that I thought it was pretty bad losing a brother. But when you lose, like, grandfathers and fathers to suicide, not one single family member to suicide. I met people who were in worse situations than me. They thanked me for my words, but I just found it absolutely incredible that, this is just, we know it's there. We know the suicides are happening, but we don't know, that there's no help. We just kind of, we slide it off. Men don't want to go see a doctor or whatever like that. Horse shit. You know what? We'll go see a doctor, but so many times, 9 times out of 10, the doctor's telling us it's the patriarchy's fault. It's our own fault. We are, we did it ourselves when, any guy can be going through life and all of a sudden his wife or girlfriend decides that she's going through a midlife crisis, and all of a sudden it's eat, pray, love, and he's thrown in through the fucking ringer.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But this is also where I see that I think that if guys at least find out that they're not alone in this, that there's other people going through that, and that it's really happening, basically, because when it's happening to you and the whole of society tells you, like even like a therapist you might be seeing tells you, it's not actually happening, but it's you caused it and there's some patriarchy behind it, and whereas your own experience is something entirely different. I think it can be very helpful to meet people and to at least hear of people who understand your experience. What do you think?
One of the organizers came up and talked to me, and he said, what I found online is that anytime I brought up, something to do with men's issues, is that automatically I'm considered a misogynist. I'm like, yeah, welcome to my world.
Yeah. And of course, if feminists do address the issue of male suicide, they'll say, well, feminism is fighting for that if we give equal rights to women, then all of men's problems will be solved. If we do away with the patriarchy, men will be able to talk about their problems. It's a trickle down.
Come on, just admit it. Masculinity's so fragile. You fucking man, baby. Rhetoric like that is fucking really conducive to people opening up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what feminism offers. 9 times out of 10, man up, calls you a fucking man, baby. Fucking masculinity so fragile. and then they turn around and fucking spew shit. Oh, but we really care.
Well, what about the?
Yeah,
there was the.
That one was so strange from the feminists. That masculinity is so fragile. I think. I mean, what is this? It really betrays a lack of complete empathy for your fellow human beings.
Yeah.
Well, there was the recent thing with the male birth control pill, which I wrote a complete article on the Honey Badger website where I actually analyzed the results. But feminists took off with this, and almost every feminist publication is like, men can't handle the side effects. That's why they stopped it. And, you know, I basically concluded that there was a 1 in 10 chance that it would not work, and that's why they stopped it. But all feminists wanted to focus on is men can't handle the side effects. They're not as powerful as women. And it always comes down to them is proving women are superior to men in every way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see, why do they have to prove that women are superior to men in every way? It seems like they have some really, what's the word? They feel inferior. And that's why they have to show themselves as superior all the time. And that's a weird thing with feminists because they always want to say they want to empower women, but they are not empowering because they are dragging women down with them. They seem to have, most feminists really seem to have some serious mental health issues, and they want to project them onto all of us.
It's overcompensation.
Doing to Marie Heinen right now. She was the lawyer who defended Jian Ghomeshi. She did an admirable job at it. She was invited. She is like one of the top lawyers in Canada. She is, I believe she's on the board editing the Martin's Criminal Code of Canada. Okay, now that's where all the fucking, you know, all the laws are, the criminal laws are listed in, you know, for Canada. It comes out once a year. I believe she's on the editorial board of that. Okay. Now she calls herself a feminist. Okay, she considers herself a feminist, as I understand it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that I remember her saying that, you know, she is a feminist. She was invited to speak at a couple of universities out in the East Coast, Nova Scotia, I think, New Brunswick way, and the feminists out there are like, don't bring her here. That she promotes rape culture. Wait a minute here. She is truly an empowered woman. Okay, you want to fucking look at a powerful fucking woman and intelligent. My God, fucking, I would love to fucking kiss that brain of hers. Fucking Jesus Christ Almighty. Fucking
the reason why I didn't want a feminist like her there, because a feminist like that would destroy their victim complex having narrative.
That's right on the head, nail on the head for sure.
I don't understand the need for women to, or the desire to be victims even. I've never wanted to be one.
Well, it's a drug, because if you act like a victim, or if you are a victim, a lot of people want to be there to make sure you're okay. If you hurt yourself, everyone rushes to you. It's like, how can I help you? How can I help you? Well, if you realize that you can just fake that and get the same attention, why not do it?
It's, you know, it's the Anita Wu School of Economics and Business Models.
Well, there was also in that interview of Cassie Jays that she did with the Honey Badgers, there was an interesting part where she talks about exactly that, why someone would want to be a victim, because they ask her why it was so hard for her to give up feminism, and at first she can't quite understand herself, and then she says, oh, I think I liked actually seeing myself as a victim, and the reason is why, which I found really interesting from actually sort of a mental health perspective also. She says that the victim is always the good person. So, and that's true actually. When someone sees themselves as a victim, or even if you are a victim of a crime, then it means you have no part in it, you haven't caused anything in any way. So it basically, seeing yourself as a victim gives you the right, just like we see feminists do, to basically lash out at others, really. I mean, if someone is really a victim, of course, of something, of some crime, sure. But up as a victim, you can hurt others and always say, oh, you're the victim, you're the good person, and people will have trouble criticizing you like they do with all these fake rape victims that feminists bring up. And
it's automatic moral high ground.
Yeah.
I'm going to toss something out there for Ponder. Would it be fair to say that feminism is kind of like Munchausen syndrome by proxy? They want all women, they're making women sick by insisting they are oppressed and, the put upon class sort of deal. And so they're making them slightly mentally ill. And it's kind of like Munchausen by proxy, where the mother makes the child sick so that the mother gets attention.
In a way, yes, it is a lot like Munchausen syndrome, but it's not so much that the feminist by proxy gets attention, but that the feminist by proxy gets money. They exploit these girls by convincing them that they feel bad so they can go to the government and say, see, we got a rape victim here, even though she's not a rape victim. Maybe a guy stared at her for 2 seconds too long, but it's like, we got a rape victim here, we need money to help her, and then doesn't actually do anything to help her.
So it's an extortion, right?
Basically, yes.
Well, let's run down some numbers. Matter of fact, Professor Janice Fiumengo called me an expert in these things. Kind of funny. So, in Ontario alone, in 2012, 2013, there was approximately $145 million in transfer payments. That was spread over the shelter abuse industry. Now, since 1999, the Auditor General of Ontario has been requesting the shelter abuse industry to provide criteria for admittance into these shelters, right? The shelter abuse industry has routinely denied to give out a criteria for these shelters. Now, the numbers in 2012 and 2013, price per bed runs from $90 per night, which I might say could be a little low to help an abused person, upwards of $575 a night. Now, $575 a night, I'm questioning who the fuck's getting all that money? And at $575 a night, it would seem to me that person needs to be in a hospital if they need that fucking much attention. The other side of the coin, or the other, what I figure is going on, there's a whole bunch of fuckers going down to the fucking casino on fucking taxpayers' dime.
Well, there's a great line from the movie Independence Day when the president asks the Area 51 staff, it's like, where did you get all the funding for this? And Judd Hirsch is saying, like, well, do you think they really spend $600 on a screwdriver? And I think that's what's happening here.
Apparently, at one of the fucking establishments here in Ontario, yeah, they spend $575 for an orange juice and vodka at the casino.
So, yeah, I think feminism is pocketing the money, because if they actually helped people, which they'd have within their power to do, then they couldn't ask for more money later. They don't want to help women. They want to keep them in a perpetual state of victimhood so they can say that more and more money is needed. If they help them, they put themselves out of business.
There's a question for you, Karen. Does the Red Pill movie go into any tax dollars, like how much money is being funneled into feminism by various governments?
I think it's not that explicit.
It doesn't come out with any numbers. Damn it all. Seriously. An abused person, I don't care whether they're male or female, I don't want to see them fucking being trapped in an abusive situation, right? So I've got no problems with the services being there. My problems and my issues is that it's discriminatory, and I want to make sure those tax dollars are going where they're supposed to be going and not in some fuckhead's pocket.
I mean, it's especially bad in Australia, I think, with White Ribbon. They are getting millions and they're not spending any money on actually any abuse victims, not even abused women. They're just spending it on gala events and publicity and...
It's happening in Canada here too. The white fibbing, I call them. They're borderline in an illegal position. Because according to the charity status here in Canada, you can only pay your staff at a charity certain amount, and I'm just going to toss out a number. I'm going to say that it has your total donations and whatnot, your total revenue. Say it's $100. Well, only $30 or something can go to staff. They're on borderline. Like they're right fucking razor thin on the borderline of being illegal, right? Not following that law in Canada, at least. I don't know about down in Australia, the charity status and laws down there. They're probably pretty similar, but there may be, some tweaks. Canada, US, UK, Australia, all our legal system is based on UK law, common law system. So they're very, very, like they're really kind of similar.
I'm gonna show you the drawing in a second, Mad Cat. I've been working on.
For those who don't know, I'm actually going to be releasing a play that features a lot of voices from like Missy J, Modern Medusa, Hannah Wallen, a couple of other people. And it's going to be on a dystopian world where feminists control the world.
Oh, so Sweden.
Which, like I said, with that wild story I heard that came out of Sweden, with the whole snow plowing incident.
That cracks me up.
Oh man!
Did you also hear about the mansplaining hotline?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I can just imagine how that goes. Hi, mansplaining hotline? Boy, did I ever show that man. Yeah, he was trying to tell me that I should wear my welder's mask and safety glasses. Boy, did I ever fucking tell him to fuck off with his mansplaining. Oh, wait a minute. Gotta go. My turn in the operating room. Holy fuck! The goddamn doctor just tried to mansplain on why I should take a fucking local anesthetic. Fuck, it's awful.
I love this service so much, I'd give it 2 thumbs up if I had 2 thumbs.
Yeah.
That mansplaining thing, I mean, that just gives away how feminists really do view women as inferior. I mean, it's so Victorian, 19th century. They basically want women to be spoken to in a different way than men are.
Can you imagine if men had a mansplaining clause? I mean, how many times would I've, argued with Dan here that's like, dude, stop explaining something I already know.
And you know what's funny? Dr. Random Recam pointed something out that I didn't even think of, is that an older word for mansplaining is patronizing. And if you look at the etymology of that word, even that is gendered.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think, Matt Cat?
That's interesting.
I'm not seeing
it. Say that feminism is explaining what a man should be.
There we go.
There you go.
I mean,
that's very good.
Someone is talking.
I like that.
This is just a sketch so far, but I mean, I did more than 2 buildings, but there's 2 like main buildings, so whatever.
The only thing I would suggest is like below, like that little white strip down below, be sure to put in some train tracks. But other than that, that is wonderful. I can't wait to see the finished design.
I think the bun on the hair of that figure in the background needs to be a little bit tighter. I'm pretty sure that's I think that what they do in gender studies classes is they take all the women and they put their hair in a bun and then they just keep ringing until all the common sense flows out of their ears.
I agree.
You're assuming that they had common sense walking in there.
Well, I kind of am of the mind that pretty much a lot of people have common sense until they take a gender studies course.
Oh, man. And then if you're able to hold on to your common sense and your insanity.
I forgot who was I saw the other day where someone explained that it's talking about Marxism and talking about feminism and that it's indoctrinating at a younger and younger age, pretty much since the 60s.
Computing Forever?
What's up?
Computing Forever? Is that the guy?
Maybe.
Yeah, they're bringing it down Ontario. They're teaching it at the high school level, grade 10-ish. I suspect that they will bring it into the elementary school level if it's not called out. I suspect they'll bring it into the elementary school level within the next 2 or 3 years.
They're already attempting that in Australia, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've already started bringing some of it into the sex education classes. I don't know about you folks, but I'm pretty sure that at fucking 5 or 6 years old, a fucking kid doesn't need to know that sticking a carrot up his ass can be pleasurable.
Oh, God.
And yet this is what they are teaching children in Australia. In fact, some schools are having boys wear a dress to have gender-neutral play. And that parents have to identify what gender their child prefers to be as young as 8 years old.
I can't wait till the kids start saying, my gender's dragon.
They basically already are.
Yeah, dragon.
And the wild part is like they're aiming all this stuff towards boys.
That's it. My new gender is Black Power Ranger.
It's like, if this keeps going on, man, it's like, I don't know. It's like women aren't going to know how to be women and guys definitely aren't going to know how to be guys. Everything's going to be so damn screwed up.
Here's a phrase.
And the wildest part is
everybody, and everyone's going to need safe spaces and trigger warnings, and nobody's going to know how to live.
What is it going to say about us, like military wise, right here and everything? Because I've been seeing a lot of that going towards that. It's like, if you fuck with the military with this bullshit right here, man, not only are people going to fucking die, man, that's how shit is going to get taken over so damn badly.
Well, the only thing with that is, fortunately, in that respect, the U.S. is very technologically driven when it comes to the military. Technically, they don't need ground troops. They have unmanned aerial drones.
Yeah, we have drone strikes that can kill people as every time Hillary sends a text message. So,
okay. Here's something I've been kind of mulling over, and I love to play with the English language and words. You guys know about the book called Sybil? Sybil. Sybil, wrote in about 1970s, deals with a woman with, I think it's multiple personality disorder.
Yes, I know.
Wasn't Meryl Streep in like the movie about it?
Yeah, you could be right on that. Anyways, okay, so just so you know what I'm referencing here, right? So my take on feminism, what it's doing and what it's currently about, it's a civil war against reality and biology. It's a war of insanity.
I agree with that. Okay, I'm going to be making sweet potato casserole. So yeah, enjoy that. Sorry if I make too much noise.
But yeah, like the thing with feminism now is that it's offensive to say there are only two genders. To which I would ask, okay, then how are babies made?
Well, they would counter that men and women are capable of having children. I mean, there was I did a video where a feminist said that men can use tampons. Now, she was talking about a transgendered man, but she didn't word it that way. She specifically said that men can use tampons. It's how they think. That any activity a man or a woman can do can be done by the opposite sex.
See, I'm not so sure that a man could use a tampon and a trans man, because they're putting testosterone in their bodies, and I'm guessing that kind of is not conducive to menses building up.
Well, to be fair, you're only taking the example of a trans that's actually going through the process. For feminists, a person can be trans by just saying they want to be another gender. Just the declaration alone is enough. Even if they still appear as a female, if they say, I'm actually a male, they're considered trans.
Yeah.
You know what? I think
you don't
we
have
need
to transition or pass. You just have to say,
I think we need to ask the expert on this. Somebody give Lauren Southern a call and ask her about that man card of hers.
I love that she did that. That was awesome.
Well, she identifies as an attack helicopter, so.
Hey, welcome to Toronto, the fucking insanity capital of the fucking world.
So, like, I trip out this right here. So, like, okay, so if a man identifies as a woman now, and if all men identified as women, how could there be a war on women? So, say that man that identifies as a woman, gets into like a little confrontation with another woman. It's like, can you actually blame that man if he identifies as a woman?
Oh, that reminds me of a thing that Andy Worski did a video on, where there was a transgendered woman cyclist who handily defeated all of the other cyclists because biology builds, like men are just generally stronger, physically stronger and faster on average and at the extremes, I think. And he also gave an example of a transgendered UFC fighter. So you have essentially a man getting into the octagon and beating the shit out of a woman, but but identifies as a woman. So
well, they're now allowing it for the Olympic Games.
That's what I was gonna say, Mad Cat. Gonna make for some interesting Olympics.
In fact, the Air Force is now allowed that if a person is in the middle of transitioning from one gender to the next, they can skip their physical tests, their physicals, if they're training to be a pilot.
Wait, what?
That would.
I wish I was making that up.
I don't even know what to say.
It pisses me off so much.
Why would you want to skip that? I'm like, I'm saying that's one of the greatest requirements is, like if you're physically capable of handling that kind of stress right there.
Well, part of the problem is,
wait a minute,
how do you properly measure a transgender person from male to female for PT requirements? Because obviously they're going to surpass female requirements, but maybe not to male requirements because of all the estrogen they take. So right now they're saying, well, you can go ahead and skip the physical tests until we figure out how to properly judge this.
If there's anything, they'll be handicapping themselves like that because it's like, shit, if you're just giving like special treatment, if you don't get the 100% training that you need to become that pilot or that soldier right there, man, you're going to be one of the first motherfuckers that gets killed.
Feminism, qualifications in a Cracker Jack box.
Feminism, easy way to get your ass whooped.
Well, and then there's all of those women suing the fire department because they set the expectations so high that women can't pass it.
Have you guys seen that video?
Well, if they can't
gone viral late, where the guy's just kind of holding the can and filming himself, and this young tart is like punching him, slapping him, and he's just sitting, like standing there, and it's like fucking, like I'm waiting for the guy after like the third hit to turn around and clock this person. Okay, I don't care whether you're wearing a skirt or not. There's only so much you could push. Only so far you can push a person. The guy ends up not clocking this woman who's like literally punching him in the fucking head. John, it's been going around on Facebook for a little while there. I think it's English too. I think it's from England. You guys know the bit I'm talking about?
But I've seen similar stuff.
See if I can find a link for it quickly here. Yeah, absolutely fucking insane.
But going back to what we were talking about, I often joke that, if you're in New York City and you call the fire department, request a man to come save you. Because the woman most likely will not have passed her physical requirements test since she's allowed to skip it.
Yeah, I remember seeing a video about that where it was like that a test where they have to break down a door, and the one woman couldn't do it. And that's an important thing to do if you're a firefighter. You have to be able to break down a door or do something like wielding an axe to break down a door is another thing that you can do. But
hard as fuck. I'm not gonna be able to do that shit. I don't think I'd ever be able to do that shit. You're like built up a shit ton of muscle and lost my tits.
I don't think I could ever do that. I mean, I'm kind of a weakling as far as males go, but I'm not going to say that it's misandry that the test is designed for me to fail. Of course it's designed for me to fail. I shouldn't be a firefighter.
Yeah, if you can't meet the physical requirements, and besides, you never know what type of fire is going to be. You don't know what's going to be happening. Like, is it going to be difficult to get in there, break down doors, and especially let me see if I can do something right here. Like, for instance, I don't know if you can see me, but if you see my big ass right here, and say I'm in a burning house right here, and I weigh 240 pounds, and if you're one of these women who got, you have to pass, you got the physical requirements, you didn't have to take that, and you're on this squad right here, and you have to rescue my 240-pound ass, and I'm like passed out, and I'm dead weight, and you can't pull me out of there, chances are we're both gonna freaking die.
Well, I can assure you in Canada that all the women have passed their test, their PT tests. All they did here in Canada was lower the requirements, so now we've got a substandard fire department.
I hate lowered standards, man.
Hey, Pat, I don't mean to sound queer, but you have really nice arms.
Yeah, thank you. I'll work out.
See if anyone gets that movie reference.
I thought you were just complimenting them.
Is it from Demolition Man?
No, it's from Orgasmo.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, Orgasmo.
No, I was saying I didn't know that was a movie reference. I thought you were just complimenting the man.
That's upsetting.
Well, I was complimenting him, but I'm like, that's going to sound so queer. Might as well play it for a laugh. Damn, your arms are huge, man.
Hey, you want to see some decent pipes? You take a look at fucking trans porn star Buck Angel. I'm fucking jealous of that motherfucker. He's got a better looking great than I do. I take my hair right off and bald head. It's fucking like Sputnik, a bit pointy in fucking spaces and places, right? Fucking, you look at Buck Angel. Fuck, he's got bigger pipes than I do, and he's got a better looking shaved grate.
Yeah, I found that on Facebook, and I saw him, I found him on Twitter, and I just went through like all of his weird porn pictures. I was like, what the fuck?
But here's something else about going back to Toronto Pride. They fucking told Buck he wasn't welcome in the fucking Dyke Parade. What? Meanwhile, how Buck starts off life is as a lesbian, a bull lesbian. And they told him he wasn't invited to, or he wasn't welcome in the Dice Parade. Meanwhile, they have another trans person by the name of Jackie Jaguar who doesn't identify as a woman, or I think she's gender fluid or non-gendered, or I don't know. She's a blank slate. Let's call her that. All right. Meanwhile, she's fucking right in the Dykes Parade, no fucking issues. So I made sure to point that out to Toronto Pride folks when when I started raising hell
Is
about
it
them
because
fucking
she's in
being
porn?
discriminatory towards men.
Well, what's the issue with Buck? Is it because she's in porn? I forget which gender they
Well,
are.
because he looks so masculine.
Oh.
The issue is that they just fucking hate any whiff of masculinity.
Yeah.
And I talked to Buck a couple times back and forth on Twitter. Got respect for the guy. I've listened, to his words and stuff like that. And I'll be honest, it fucking pissed me right off that the fucking Toronto Pride would fucking turn around and fucking toss one of their own under the bus for a fucking narrative. Fuck them all.
Yeah. I agree.
That's awful right there.
Yeah. He does have some weird views on some stuff. I've seen a little bit of weird, like almost kind of like pro-woman, anti-man kind of stuff, but it's also like, I'm not gonna, like, if something like that happens to someone, I'm not gonna be like, that guy's a piece of shit, they deserve it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just eating birthday letter candies.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious at Toronto Pride, eh? So here I am in the belly of the fucking feminist beast in Toronto. All right, Toronto Pride is fucking feminist fucking. It's the Fema bunker. All right, in Canada, it's the feminist bunker in Canada, Toronto. So, I'm interacting with all these people that had flocked in from across Canada because PM Zoolander was going to be in the parade and whatnot. And don't I end up having a lesbian couple sit down and buy me a beer, and they're like, "You go, man," because I've got a son. I've got 2 sons. I'm sitting there in the belly of the beast, and they're fucking going against the feminist narrative, and I'm fucking loving it. Yeah, and I got pictures of me with the Sisters of Debauchery or something like that. And they're a couple of over-the-top. It's an organization. It's a homosexual, gay, lesbian organization that raises. They start off in San Francisco when HIV starts taking people, right? And so they start raising money. And I'm talking to these guys, and they're fucking awesome. I got pictures of them. We're sitting in beards and having a grand old fucking time. Meanwhile, I know for a fact that I got all these fucking feminist twits that are, right there, and I'm just wandering around. I don't give a rat's fucking ass about what they're gonna do or what they're gonna say. Basically, it's like, fuck, I just don't care anymore. I'm beyond caring, fucking really beyond it. I think that's pretty. I think I'm going to mention one other part that really fucking about that walk. When I was in the parade there and we were marshalling for waiting for it to start there, a woman came up to me and touched the back of my arm. And literally I jumped because I thought for sure fucking the next touch I was going to feel was, knuckles in the back of my head. And she said, thank you for representing. And she told me how she lost a male family member to suicide too. And I'm just looking around at all these fucking feminists, and I'm like, don't you realize how much pain and grief that you are causing beyond the pain and grief of men? all right? Because each man has a family, has communities, and it's comprised of men and women. And you're fucking hurting the women just as much as you're hurting the fucking men. And the pain in that woman's eyes, I just fucking, it just bothers me.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that if feminism actually dealt with these kinds of issues that they claim to do about male suicide and all of that, if they actually did something, there would be so much support by women to do it.
Right.
But instead, they decide to use propaganda and tell these women that while they do support these issues, that men are just hateful and hates them just because they're women.
Hey, let me pull an impression here. We're working on it, fuckface.
Sounds like Big Red the Parrot.
Yeah, well, you know, I can only fucking squish my nuts so hard to hit that fucking octave.
Well, basically, it's like this, you know, if they actually did something about the issues that they actually talked about and they actually took care of those problems, then there would be no need for feminism anymore. Then what would they do? It's all they know.
Pretty much.
All they know and all their dough. It's a fucking moneymaker, scam for profit. Like, oh my God.
Yes.
The fucking amount of money that goes in. If you're an MRA out there and you want to start fucking hammering on feminism and shit like that, start looking at government auditor general reports. Look at the fucking tax money. Look where the money's going, how much money's going into places. I've started doing it here in Canada, and it's fucking just absolutely fucking deplorable.
Just for the record, Medusa is oppressing women by being in the kitchen.
He is not. He's playing toxic femininity.
Yep. You know what I was doing on
ready? I like my steak medium rare. Prefer a little fucking surf to go with the turf. All right. At night, fucking make sure to roll down the blanket and a little mint under my pillow. All right. Hop to it. Come on.
That sounds nice. Definitely. But you know what I was doing on like International Women's Day? I think it was. I was like making a bunch of sandwiches for like my boyfriend at the time. For the next week of, and I mean he pretty much ate them all at once, but still I was making a bunch of sandwiches. It was great. In my meninist shirt.
Sandwiches.
Back to the sandwich mine with you. You know, I always imagine this, sandwich mine of, what was that fucking Disney thing? What do you call it? The flying monkeys, fucking Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, the fucking little flying monkeys, the way that they describe women in the kitchen there, feminism describes women in the kitchen. All I can see is like, that the slave there. We make sandwiches.
Yeah, that was the Witch's Guard, not the Flying Monkeys. They're two different portions of that movie.
Long time since I seen it, man. Like, I mean, long fucking time.
She had the Flying Monkeys, and then she had the Castle Guards that guarded her little, her castle. And they were the ones that chanted OEO.
Sounds a lot like fucking male feminists.
Pretty much.
Guarding the evil fucking witch. Yeah, that's a pretty good metaphor. Feminism and male feminists. Yeah.
Well, if feminism is the wicked witch, then all we have to do is just throw water in their face and they'll melt.
Well, yeah,
you have this certain fucking hatred.
Words trigger them.
So I mean, just got her what?
Wait, we can't throw the water. A 16-year-old girl has to throw water in their face.
No, you're overthinking this. All we have to do is get them moist.
Oh my god.
Tell them a man is bullshit up and they'll get very wet.
Ah!
That's bad.
Yeah,
What do you make
good
of
luck in
it?
doing
You're
that.
making sweet potato pie?
Well, not sweet potato pie, sweet potato casserole or whatever, with the marshmallows and shit.
When's dinner?
I don't know. In like an hour, maybe?
How are we doing on those ticket sales? Come on, City of Brotherly Love. Get out there and buy a fucking ticket. Find out why your sons and fathers are offing themselves at such deplorable fucking rates.
We have to sell 44 tickets in 5 days.
44.
So you need 9 tickets a day for the next 5 days.
What?
Or 44 tickets in the last possible day. I think that's what's going to happen. I think people think that they have to wait until like the last possible day to do it. So at least that's what I'm hoping for. But I've taken the possibility that this isn't going to happen, and I'm proud of myself that, you know, I got out there and I did something that needed to be done. It was Cassie J who inspired me to do this, because she said that the best thing that anyone could do right now is to try to get this movie to be playing across the world.
See, I wasn't willing to go the tug route because where I'm at, the nearest tug facility that would host it is out of the downtown core. It's out of the way. So I went a little different route, and I rented out a library meeting room sort of deal because about 500 meters away from McMaster University, and I want to make sure that it fucking gets in where it needs to be, which is in the university crowd.
But, you know, we started off with 78 and we're now at 44. So that's 34 tickets sold.
It's great. What I'm kind of hinting at there, Mad Cat, is that, you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So
Yeah.
don't get the tug thing to go. Start looking at libraries and renting the meeting room sort of deal.
Well, yeah, but then you have to actually pay to get the film.
Yeah, there is that licensing fee, and that is a bit of a hurdle as well. I believe it's $500.
Yeah,
it's a small showing, and worth every fucking penny of it and then some.
No, I agree, but what I'm saying is that I'm proud of myself, because in this world today, the most important thing that we can do at this stage is we need to try. We need to put it out there. And even if we fail, the fact that we tried is very important.
Well, think about Emerson there. He said the only people who truly fail in life are those who do not try. And you can also tie that one back even farther. You can go with fucking Virgil, who said they can because they think they can. And if you wanted to plagiarize it a little bit, you can go with Henry Ford, who said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right.
But you could also go with Gladys from Portal, who said, if at first you don't succeed, you fail.
Yes.
Now,
sorry, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Now, okay, so you guys kind of know that I've done some legal things, right? So notice how I can just rattle off those quotes off the top of my head and numbers off the top of my head. How do you think the Crown feels when my name comes up on the fucking list of fucking court cases or something? One time, August 13th, 2010, I was to appear before the courts. I wanted to invoke my right to record proceedings under 136.2b of the Courts of Justice Act. They decided that they were going to deny me entrance because I wanted to invoke my rights. long story short, when I went through the metal detector, they confiscated my whole legal briefcase and then marched me up before the courts and expected me to make a legal argument. I had 2 legal arguments that day. One was 136.2b of the Courts of Justice Act, the right for a party acting in person to record proceedings to supplement his notes to provide a full answer of defense, right? So it's a really, really important fucking tool for the defense. The other tool, or the other motion that I was making that day, was for disclosure, Stinchcom disclosure. Preeminent case, Supreme Court case in Canada is RV Stinchcom, and I quote, and it was presided over by Most Honorable Supreme Court Justice Sapinka, who handed down the ruling, whom the Hamilton Courthouse is named after, whom I was appearing in. And so, here I am before the judiciary. The cops, the court cops have got my briefcase. They're holding it hostage. The Crown is sitting there, and they're all fucking grinning like the cat who just ate the canary. And I try and invoke my rights under 136QB. I believe it was Madam Devolano who said, I can assure you the law had changed. And they all sat there grinning. And when I seen I couldn't I pushed that issue as hard as I could. And it wasn't going to go. So I went on to the next part, which was the motion full disclosure. And they said, well, we gave you full disclosure. And I said, bullshit. And then I rattled off the Stinchcomb ruling, which is the fruits of an investigation are not the sole property of the Crown to ensure a conviction, but are the property of the people to ensure justice is done. And the fucking Crown, the cops, and the fucking judiciary, flies were gathering around their mouth. Because I didn't have my notes. And here I am, looking like Ted Kaczynski, speaking like Walt Whitman, reciting their fucking laws verbatim. And their rulings verbatim. Now, here we are 4 or 5 years, 6, 7 years down the road. My name gets dropped. They fucking treat me with a lot of respect in the courts now. They don't like fucking with me.
Nice. Guys, I'm done with my butt plug. This is how the yam came. I mean, I chopped off part of it, but Andrew pointed out to me that it looks a little bit like a penis. So, yeah.
That definitely got my attention. I'm like, wait, what?
I'll be in my
I was
bunk.
thinking it's orange, and I'm thinking, well, geez, isn't there some jokes about fucking a certain orange Oompa Loompa leader in fucking the United States or something?
Oh, God, what?
I'll be in my bunk.
The feminists were saying, as per usual, feminists don't have any substance, so they go with ad homs, right? And they were saying that at one point in time, they were saying Donald Trump looked like Oompa Loompa or something like that. Orange in color, and yeah.
The Donald Trump butt plug. It's going to be huge.
Yes. Let's make it happen. Patent that shit.
Make butt plugs great again.
Yeah, well, actually, I think that a Hillary Clinton butt plug would be more apt. Keeps people in the dark, full of shit, covered in, Of course, that might turn off a lot of people too. So, it's a toss-up, conversational piece, something to leave out on your coffee table.
Well, if the Hillary Clinton butt plug is used, it's usually used in the dark, so you don't know that she's being drilled into you.
All right, you guys have ruined. Well, actually, I've ruined porn for the rest of my night. Fuck that.
But you better not say anything bad about the Hillary Clinton butt plug, or else it'll murder you in your sleep, and nobody will ever know you were murdered.
No. I'll commit suicide by putting 2 rounds in the back of my head.
Damn it, I was about to say that. 2 rounds in the back of my head.
Isn't it amazing how the mainstream media could ignore all these huge fucking, we're talking fucking jumbo-sized elephants in the room about Hillary's past, and yet they focus on fucking consent. Donald Trump talking about consent. in racy situations.
I mean, he's an asshat for saying it, but he did talk about consent.
Yeah, but that was, like I said, that was the part that they don't hear, because they just they hear grab him by the pussy and they think, oh my god, that's sexual assault. But
or the fact that he has all of these rape cases against him, or there's all these lawsuits against him. It's like funny how all of these things appeared as he's close to the election date.
Yeah, when he's running for president, and it's like, oh, he's rich and famous, and now he's running for president. Why would anyone lie about him raping them? I don't know. Fame, money, fucking victimhood points, all that shit. Like,
huge supporter of fucking Hillary Clinton.
Trying to get him not elected.
Yeah, trying to derail his run for the presidency.
They threw everything they could at him, but the kitchen sink. And society just said, you know what, you're fucking lying. I got my quarterly right here.
No. And that's what they can't get to their head right there. That society saw through all the bullshit.
Hey, we can look up our own facts. We don't need the news media.
I think
you had to lie about Trump. You just looked it up online.
I'm a firm believer in giving credit where credit's due. And I gotta say, the feminist propaganda machine is top fucking notch. I can't think of another organization that runs a better propaganda machine, to be honest with you.
True.
I don't know. I think what the really sad part is, like, it'll never die. Like, it's like, as jacked up and as people seeing what feminism is, it'll never go away. Somebody's always going to keep it alive.
Well, and you know why? And this is just my personal take on it, because fucking humanity hasn't figured out how to take care of greed yet. Right? You start looking, and this is my personal take. There's very few real fucking problems in the world. Real problems, right? There's a lot of symptoms. Real problems, but the one problem I think is the biggest is greed. You look at wars. Why do wars start? Greed over land, oil, resources, right? Why do fights start? Greed over this, greed over that. Why does robbery happen? Greed for this, greed for that, usually, right? They want to, they want the Joneses sort of deal. Why are we screwing over various populations to, make ourselves richer? Why, right? So it'll never fucking, until we figure out how to, take care of greed, then yeah, feminism will be around. And a lot of other isms too.
Yeah.
There may even be the possibility that if men's rights gains some foothold in our society, that men's rights could go that way. Could end up becoming greedy.
Yeah, it's like how long before an organization that started out as a good thing all of a sudden gets tainted by corruption.
Now that you bring out a very, very good point there, Mad Cat, and I think it's something we really need to be on ball, on the ball on 24/7. We need to be fucking vigilant all the fucking time on it. All right? There is a chance for somebody to fucking twist this into nefarious means, and I would, I didn't fucking work so goddamn hard so some fucking asshole could come along and fucking pervert it. All right.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm in
how do you
keep the next generation to make sure that they've got a fucking decent chance at happiness and a life, not because fucking I want to see some fucking asshole capitalize on it.
Mm-hmm. It's like, how do you keep it from coming the monster that you claim to fight?
Yeah, it's that Nietzsche thing, when you stare into the abyss too long, sometimes it stares back at you.
Yeah.
Well, the Abyss got a restraining order on me.
500 meters distance, fucking. But
Yeah,
no.
like that.
it's something that
Yeah.
needs to be, monitored and policed, and we need to watch out for that shit. There will be people who will fucking, will take advantage of the situation. And do I need to point any farther than fucking a woolly fucking winged fucking brat?
Yeah, there have been a couple of people that have tried to come in to the men's rights movement to try to make a name for themselves and not actually try to help anything, and in many ways made things worse.
Well,
and thankfully,
incident, and then I think I'm gonna stop at that right there because I know a few other situations that have happened, and I'm just gonna fucking bite my tongue a little bit. But I will also say that one person was fucking yarded out, and fucking I doubt that they'll ever show their face around fucking again. And that's fine by me. Did enough damage. They can go fuck themselves as far as I'm concerned.
and for right now, we are policing ourselves, so that's a very positive thing.
Yeah, but we need to keep on top of it. We need to make sure that doesn't fucking happen. 1963-ish, John Diefenbaker brought human rights into Canada, enshrined them in law. And what he said about human rights around that time or shortly thereafter, he said, we must vehemently protect these human rights from enemies within and outside our border. So take that and apply it to the fucking men's rights movement. We've got to watch for fucking enemies outside and inside.
Both foreign and domestic.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I always say, don't trust anybody, even me. Fact check what I got to say.
Oh yeah, because that is a lot of things. What's wrong with a lot of these movements out there is like they know they have certain bad apples in certain places, but they won't call them out. They won't police them up. Like with feminism, they know they have a whole bunch of radical, man-hating, misandric motherfuckers up in that group, but they won't say anything to them. They won't call them out.
No.
Police have the police have the same situation going on, right? But there's a different kind of gig going on. They're worried about have you ever seen or read the book Serpico or seen the movie Serpico, where police officers are afraid if they out the bad ones that when they need help and they put out the call that the rest of the police won't respond. So there's an intimidation fear factor going on there. But it's, what? If the police want society to respect them, they've got to get rid of that fucking bullshit, and they've got to fucking hang the bad ones out to dry.
That's it. Yeah.
Fucking Hamilton here. We got a guy, Ryan Tosher. He's killed 2 people and put one in the hospital with a busted spine and shit. And the police services lawyer would have us believe that it's just dumb luck coincidence that he's the fucking one on the scene killing these people and putting them in the hospital. Another incident was fucking Inspector David Dole, who was the quality control guy for Hamilton Police Services. Well, end of his career, tallied up, I think it was like 14 charges: obstruction of justice, insubordination, using the police CPIC service for fucking personal gain and personal use, fucking a laundry list. And this is where it really this is also infuriating, and this is Ontario horseshit here. But when a police officer is put up on charges or accused of something, they get a fucking paid holiday. And some of them have milked their cases even though they're guilty. They've milked it for 2-3 fucking years and bilked the Ontario government out of, like fucking $250,000.
Well, I need to interject here. I need to actually get going. This has been a lot of fun, but this is kind of getting to my mind a little bit. My disability is rearing its ugly head. So I'm needing to...
Bad Cat, what's your plug again?
My what?
Your plug. Come to the Pete?
I'm not sure what word you're speaking. What do you mean by
Your plug. You slip in a plug for your event.
Oh, okay. Well, I was about to give my closing. Jeez.
I guess since you're leaving, I'll bring it to a close. So.
Well, you don't have to. You can all keep going. I mean,
I'm making food over here, and I'm gonna go drive the taxi pretty soon. So.
It's dinner.
Well.
Dinner time over here too. But yeah.
Well, let me go ahead and give a quick plug out to the movie event. It's set for December 8th, but we need to sell 44 tickets by December 1st. So you will not be charged until December 1st. So if you get your ticket now, just make sure you have like the $12 in your account or however many tickets you buy for December 1st. We are going to have Hannah Wallen there. She's going to be there for the Q&A after the movie. It's going to be at Studio Movie Grill. You don't have to eat there, but certainly get some drinks if you are there. And then afterwards, we're going to go to IHOP. The link is in the description bar down below, the description area. So be sure to check that. Share this with as many people as you can, because not just for Philadelphia, we need to get this movie playing everywhere we can. We need people talking about this, because the thing about talking about it is the more we talk about it, the more we can get other people to talk about it. And eventually we can get politicians to talk about it. And if politicians are talking about it, then we can get laws that need to be made in this country, in Canada, in every first world country. We need laws that protect men. And how we start that is having something like the Red Pill movie playing. So I strongly, strongly believe that this needs to play in every single location we can get it. And if you don't help purchase this film, purchase another film in another area.
Hannah Wallen is from?
She's from Ohio.
She's from the Honey Badgers.
Yes.
What's her? What? She's a honey badger. She puts out. She's a YouTuber, content creator. She's a writer for the Honey Badgers. She has an amazing wealth of information on what's going on to men these days. She has made it her. She has done an incredible amount of research into this topic.
And she's definitely been on the front lines there fighting for men. She's not just someone who says she's for men. She's out there in the trenches for men.
She's also on the permanent staff of ABFM. Staff, volunteers.
I hope
yeah.
I can do stuff like that someday.
So she is a great woman to meet. I have met her face to face once already. She is a fantastic person. If you want to meet her, this is your opportunity. An actual honey badger. Although technically I was a honey badger once, but that doesn't count.
So in other words, if you've got some questions, if you love the men in your life, if you want to see a good future for your sons and daughters, get on out to the Philly event, buy a ticket, say hi to Hannah, ask her some questions. She's a freaking walking encyclopedia on this stuff.
And share this with your friends and your family. Encourage them to buy a ticket, especially the men in your life. Your brothers, your fathers, your best friends.
And thank you, everyone, for coming on. It was nice meeting all of you new people.
No, don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Now, I'm still looking forward to my T-shirt coming.
Yes.
I do want to give a big thank you to Eric, or Stripey. That's an interesting name. He's been a lot of great help. He's putting up flyers at universities. He's been putting advertisements in newspapers. he's been a really big help with this screening. And I know that if the screening happens, it's going to be a big part of thanks to him. So I just want to give that shout out to him.
Yeah, thanks, Eric.
All right.
Hopefully, we'll make this happen. Maybe we can do
All right.
another stream like next week if I have enough time.
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. Nice talking to y'all. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yeah.
Great meeting all of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Same here.
Same here. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Thanks, everybody, and thanks, everyone, for watching. I'll try and put everybody's channel down in the description and shit, so you can go subscribe to them and me and all that stuff, and share this and share the event, and hopefully we'll get some more people buy the tickets and make it happen. All right. Peace, guys.